Hello, hello, everybody. We are back. Pick 3 playthrough. Day 39. One of the last days. One of the last days. We're basically we've kind of done all the things. What I got? Oh, hey. The trial started. So I guess we're gonna start by doing my trials run. On 12. Oh, we all right. Get me out of a patron. Get my legendary Wessel. Okay. Yes, I'm in the trials thing. I'm guessing we don't have a constitution one. Well, maybe. I mean, this works. Yeah, this is deep run, so we do all the things. We do all the things. Hey, monster decimator. Look at that. Getting achievements without even trying. Speaking of without even trying, maybe music. And I can already tell that the volume reset itself again. There we go. That was going to be uncomfortably loud otherwise. All right, our codes. Here's mine for today. Mars's. And Jason's from last. All right. Open these up because we got a champion that needs gear. There we go. And there's another one. All right. Still not all of them, though, I don't believe. I think she needs more greens. Hello, Delcoon. Hello, Addledug. Look, yep, she still needs one more green. So we're almost to the point where we can pop her the 3 chests she had. Almost. Almost. I was thinking today, since, I mean, we're coming up to the end of this account, I think, or the end of playing this account on stream, I was thinking I should probably start working on, like, a list of things we're going to be testing on it, because it's going to basically be a speed test account, so start figuring that out. That needs to happen. I know what to work towards. I mean, I basically know that I want to get all the, we want to get all of the speed champions. So obviously there's some that I'm missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing 8. Okay. At 21. There's 21 speed champions in the game. Okay. I'm missing 8. Hey, Dance Lover. We'll need to pick, you know, I'll still have to play this offline and pick up, like, you know, with time gate pieces and events, pick up all the others. Until, and then we can figure out kind of what data we're trying to pull in the meantime. And I'll probably, at one of the meta events, I'll do a legendary dismantle. I'll pull all the legendaries off of everyone. Yeah. That's probably going to happen. Just so that kind of power isn't affecting anything. I mean, we're already going to have to deal with item levels, but just so that it's like, hey, this is just base functionality with gear. Let me try to get everybody into full epic. Face that. But not pick. I won't be picking up champions that aren't speed champions. So it'll allow me to full epic the speed champions faster by not polluting the pool with actually playing the account and trying to get everybody else. Right? Because I think even if we're talking about if we want to test out breaks, although I don't think people are even using breaks that much anymore. For some people aren't using breaks for gem farming anymore. The only one we're missing, we already have a Zaka because that's evergreen. We'll just need to pick up Neris. That's the only other break that really matters. So, yeah. What are we at on gems? 34,000. Yeah. I believe we're saving up 50,000 gems for the for Whittle's speed feed. We just need a little bit more. Shuffle that hand. That was garbage. So running a full speed team last week with a legendary speed potion and flying through all the variants. Yeah. Been doing that to farm gems since I hit my wall in the main campaign. Yeah. That's the other thing you can do. It's technically, if you're actively playing, racing through all the base adventures with a full speed team is technically the fastest way to get gems. Once you've done everything you can in the regular campaigns, in terms of the storyline adventures, all those base variants are going to deliver a lot of gems just from their completion rewards, right? And it's kind of once you're done with that, you go to, or if you're just going to be AFK, that you start doing automated, the Modron gem farming. But yeah, active play, that's going to be the quickest way to get lots of gems. Like I said, I'm trying to use mine to get all the speed feats so that the speed team is as fast as freaking possible, right? It can go in as, when we start doing patron variants, if you're getting to that point, I did pick up one for that. Those are always viable too when you start, because you want to prep for that too. And then go from there. Oof. Well, I got thoughts on that comment. We should be able to soft cap. I mean, we're at the point now. I feel like we should be able to soft cap just by pushing. So this is, I'm only going to do the one run for trials. If you can't soft cap, you want to do 2 runs on your first day. You want to do 1 to get a bunch of favor and then another to actually get your max. So Judas, you said you're also running Nordum in your speed team. Are like, do you have Diana? And also, is your like? I guess I'm just curious about the comparison to your Diana, because usually Diana is, unless you have either a, well, unless you have a well leveled up Nordum, which is a little unusual because he doesn't really offer anything except that Odin XP. Usually a decently invested Diana is going to be better. And if they're both just kind of basic, then usually Diana's faster as well. But I'm just curious. Everybody's going to do things a little differently. That's one of the things I want to test on this account once I have everything. That's the other, along with all the speed champs, I need to pick up Nordum, which is what I'm picking up. I'm flexing him tomorrow, just so we have him. Yeah. Oftentimes, if people have Diana and Nordum, they'll use Diana in their actual speed team, and then they'll use, even if they're leveling up a core, and then they'll use Nordum in a background core, which is where I would park mine. Now we're about halfway through level 6 on both of them. Because I don't play this account that much, right? I mean, I get, what, 4 to 5 hours a day, 4 days a week. And then the rest of the time, that background party is just constantly going. So, speaking of, oh, it needs humanoids. It's just not churning too hard. We're the lowest on Merc currency anyway, so we want to stay here. Did I buy all my stuff? I did. Man, we had storms come through all day yesterday, so today is going to be, my head like was just pressurized yesterday, and today it's all like, what that means, sinuses running and everything. Sometimes existing sucks. Hey, Sergeant. I have Diana. She's a higher iron level, so should be better in the team. Oh, okay. Yeah. Once you get, like, I mean, even just, so, like, what I do is I sacrifice 2 familiars to my background party. And I don't even, well, I guess you'd need 3. Well, no, I mean, yeah, you'd need, no, I think you'd only need 2. I think you'd need 1 on the field, just so that on level 1, you kill something, because you'd have nobody out on the field. And then with that gold, you'd buy Nordum, so you'd have 1 on Nordum. And then you just let Nordum cycle. Probably. Yeah. So once you can spare 2 familiars, I think that's kind of the sweet spot. So like I think I have 2. I think I have 2 back here. Oh, I actually have 3 back there right now. Wow. Big spender. Why did I do that? Hold on, let's go see. Oh, I have one in the ultimate. That's right. That's right. I have one, so 1 on the field and 1 here. I have 1 in the ultimate for patron challenges, but that's not required. That's not required. I also picked up, I used platinum to pick up like an extra familiar, like a cheap anytime you can get cheap familiars, like I think we're at the point now where I can get all the rest of the familiars I need to fully automate the party with gems once I want to do that. Like right now I could pick up I got 30,000. I don't even have the 30,000 gem familiar yet. So we could get Armor Juniper. We could pick up with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more familiars. Right? And I just haven't bothered with that yet. Because we had enough. Right? I got 6 on the field. I got 1 sitting here. I got 2 in a background party. I still got another one that I can put somewhere. So I've got 10 right now. That's enough for a full speed team, right? And then I just need 5 more on the field. Well, I mean, 1 on click damage, I guess. But I need 16 total. Yeah, I got enough. There's enough left in gems just to get me what I need. The point will work. I need everything automated. Yeah, get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, fully understand. One of those things, just keep an eye out for anytime they have a really if you're picking up your daily platinum, even if you're just playing free to play, you're picking up your daily platinum. If you have enough to pick up, like if they throw there was a familiar on sale for like 420 platinum last week, and you want to look for like that kind of stuff. Right now it's just 840, I guess. All the ones that are available are 840. These two. But yeah. And then on the if you get these, and then remember you've got 5 rerolls while the event is going on that are free. Don't reroll for platinum. You can reroll and try to get you reroll on a high rarity, like a purple, or if there's a legendary, if there's the orange border rarity, reroll that one until hopefully it rolls onto a familiar and see if it's cheap enough, right? Those are good ways to kind of play the weekly offer system and the discount system with login platinum to get what you want. Or arguably what you need, right? Okay, we died at it. We need an actual tank. Probably gonna need it. We're gonna need an actual DPS too. All right, yep, yeah, all right. We're at that point. Okay. Just having Ishian suddenly made us so much more gold. Always nice to see. Continue. Remember, we should be able to get like E280s, at least E250. We want to be somewhere in the E250 to E300 range on our damage contribution. Remember, damage contribution is this number. Right here. That one. That's the one we care about. This stuff out here, like this part doesn't matter. Right, that part factors in the damage bonus from the daily rewards, or from your daily goals. So we don't care about that one. We want this one. We want that one. That's the number we're playing for. So when you're trying to talk about like how much you contributed, that's the number we're talking about. They're not talking about like your overall on the map. Because everybody can get the same kind of daily like rewards. So ultimately, you just want to know like what's your actual personal contribution. Hey, TG Nubis. A man. Oh, you mean this? You mean that? Yeah. Had that for it's a draw tool. I've had it for a while. I both love it and I hate it. I love it because I love being able to like draw right on the screen. I hate it because it crashes my OBS constantly. Not constantly, but whenever I go to shut down OBS, it won't close. It'll crash because that draw tool just has issues. Because it's an add, it's a plug-in. I'm not the greatest with it. Like because I'm using a mouse to draw, and that's not great. Like if I had a little mouse pen, like that'd be perfect, but that's an expense. I that's just too much. Just for something I use every now and then, it's not the smartest expense. But I love being able to, when I'm trying to like point stuff out and talking about stuff on stream, I love being able to just to do that. I wish I'd found that tool sooner. I'd have been using that on the tutorial show a long time. But I'd love to also, sometimes I would like the line to be thinner. I guess I could, No, I mean, this is the pencil line. So this is a brush line, which is like, it's thinner, but it's also faded. I don't really like that. This is a regular line. Oh. Oh my. So that one's just like a fixed, like you. Okay. Oh, this is a circle tool? I should probably use that for things like, hey, let's check out Briv over here. No, that isn't. Okay. Where do I do it from? Here? Yeah, let's check out Briv right down here. You gotta go to the bottom left, kind of. If I go all the way down here, yeah. That's not the worst. Okay. I never take the time for this. Or we could do a box. Briv. Oh, that's kind of perfect. I like the boxes. But that just means I've got to be looking up here and like switching between these different options. You can even do a filled rectangle and circle. Why would you have a none option? That makes no sense. But yeah, I just do pencil. I guess, I can make it thinner here. Is that what this is? Yeah, I didn't play around with this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I like, that's probably better. Not quite as fat. So I could like do a quick, yeah, that's probably better. Oh, we died it again. All right. We need a lot better of a team here. You're gonna go back here and you're gonna become Alindra. An extra judgy Alindra. Deacon. What am I gonna do? I want to do this. Well, no, actually, we want to do this. Well, look, video games are smart expenses. Like, you gotta have something to get rid of your stress, right? Everybody needs stress relief. Okay, we're gonna keep Allywick for the moment. The problem we're gonna run into here is she actually needs to be here, but then I can't. I guess that means they go there. And then we actually need to change Alindra. Expansive vision. Yeah, because then Diana's gonna come over here and become. No, Diana doesn't become Volo. Never mind. Diana doesn't become Volo. He becomes Olsen. Volo is not available. Volo is not available to take your call. Volo is currently not available to take your call. All lines are busy. We appreciate your... Okay, so if we do Umon here, we just ditch Diana for Caddy Bree. This should be almost our biggest damage. I mean, we would arguably still want to swap Starion in. Or maybe even try out the bunny. Well, no, Starion's got way more animals. Maybe the biggest off. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Into the 200s. Alright. He's singing sword episode. Oh no. Oh no. So we did soft cap, which I expected. Damage just isn't super high. At the moment. $227, $351 would put us at $578 before assault scrolls, which isn't that much. Okay. Someone really threw down. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, I won't be the top, but I won't be the bottom either. It's fine. But we also haven't pushed somewhere where I can hit all my power buttons either. Like we could try him right now. But yeah, he died before they could really do their damage. Wow, he just doesn't want to die. Lenders just basically blows him up. It's basically she drops an EO7 debuff. Hey, Lurking Rider. Thank you for 43 months. I'm doing hard mode faction wars right now. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not manually doing stuff. I just fire it off. I don't care. I'm just like, oh, does it work? I got one of them done. And I 3-starred it without even paying attention. So. Again, this new faction wars thing, it's more than I was expecting, so I don't care. If I can get it done, I get it done. Otherwise, I go back to the regular. So. Okay, we died. You don't normally auto. Oh, I fully auto all that stuff normally. So. Oof. Okay, we're gonna need. Astarion is born. Let's yeah. I'll get that in a second, Looking Rider. Hold on. I need to move that familiar off too. That wasn't helping. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's all we needed. We just needed Astarion in. Look at that. Oh, you don't remember the manual stuff? Okay. I was going to say, I only auto. I hate manual doing anything in that game. Alright, Lurking Rider, it's fixed. Yeah, manual live arena. Well, I was manual live arena to climb. And now I don't care anymore. Because I got all the regular general awards. I maxed everything out. So it's just like season stuff. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about it that much. Yeah. If I have to manual play that game, I don't want to play that game. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Okay, there's 250s. Like without Volo, that's probably where we're at. Well, actually, we'll get a bigger buff out of him, won't we? But I gotta move him. Okay. Yeah, we found that out the other day. He's gonna do better. Okay. Since we don't have Volo, we gotta do him instead. We also tried Dragon Bait, but this is probably fine. There, see, I got a whatever that one was. Skinwalker 1. I only got 1 star, but I don't care. Let's see if I can do Skinwalker 2. The Walkening. No. No. Skinwalker 2, The Walkening. That's the Skinwalker movie that has Christopher Walken in it. Clearly. Wait, do we have another already? Oh no, that's mine. Yeah, now we're coming into our power curve. Ishii's up to 337. She's still got some stacks. So she's leveled up. She's given herself, I mean, look, since this game started, other than when we just dropped gear on her, she's given herself, you know, all these item levels. We've never given her blacksmithing contracts. She's almost, of the champions we've put blacksmithing contracts on, she's almost the highest. Like, actually, she's almost there. Eliwick is at 385. So, and we've heavily invested into Eliwick, so that is interesting to see just how well that works. Skinwalkers are simple to 3-star for all the stages. Oh, well. Again, I'm not paying attention. I'm really not paying attention at all to whatever the star things are. You gotta understand, I trusted that. I made a mistake. I would just 100%. I totally screwed up on my account. And I changed the Hell Hades optimizer setting from late game to end game. And that significantly changed what items it was gonna sell when I went to the artifact like selling stuff. And I had so been used to the late game setting that I knew it was what I was looking for and everything, and I didn't even think about it, and I just sold everything that it said to sell. And then I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. And then I went and looked, and I mean, it gutted my gear. So I am kind of screwed. I'm rebuilding everything. But, you know, in a way, it's you know, in a way, it's put me in almost a little better position, because now I've changed some of the rules so that I'm letting it sell anything that's epic or lower that it doesn't like, but I'm making it keep all the mythical and legendary stuff. And then I'm using that gold. I mean, it's generated a ton of gold. I hate that they didn't just call it gold. Generated a ton of silver, so I was able to, now with with fewer items, I now have like all of my artifacts and accessories are now 12, level 12, and then I can start going through and taking like the godlike stuff up to whatever rates is like godlike first, up to 16. Basically, I'm just going to end up with a stronger set of gear, but I just don't have as much. So I'm going to suffer in a lot of these things. Oh, yeah, okay. Just did that one without paying attention. $265. That's solid. Yeah, that takes me up quite a bit. That should get me like in second place for damage, I think. This person was 63 DPS. They just threw in a team and then bailed, and then finished it just so they wouldn't have a 0 contribution, so they could move up through trials. That's what when they made changes to trials to try to fight people that were leeching, which, I mean, They chose a punishment system, and that's what happens when you choose a punishment system. People just find what's the minimum I can do under this system to not be punished and move forward. Doesn't actually fix the problem. Right? Can't use a stick to fix those problems. You gotta use a carrot. Gotta use a carrot. They did not. But yeah, so now, like I was pointing out yesterday, or I think in chat by Shakira, that I said I accidentally ungeared my Annabelle, and now I can give her way more health now and way more speed. But before I had her in a regen set with an immortal set, and now I don't have that gear. So like in a good enough stats, and it's just like, ugh. So I think I hard stuck myself on Doom Tower. I think I just screwed myself over. I don't know that I can get past that boss now. I was trying to saving gear presets. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend silver on that, frankly. I would rather just focus on trying to get gear. Basically transition myself into mythical and legendary type gear. Yeah. I don't know. It's just it's that or just be like, well, this is a good time to stop playing, right? Like that's kind of where I'm at. Like it's one of those things. Like I either have to hopefully make a decision that gives me a good leap forward, or I stop playing. I think we're good here, folks. I think we've got a good contribution. We've got a good contribution. We're at 655. Sure. Yeah. That puts me in second place on the DPS chart. I'm good with that. Again, even if I was in the middle, that'd have been fun. I just don't want to be on the bottom, but that one person guaranteed that. We don't have anything to do in the event. We will unlock tomorrow. I will unlock Nordum again for long-term planning reasons, because we're basically this week is the last week I'm playing this account on stream. I think until I've got it set up for testing, and then we'll do all of our testing on stream. Once we get into the testing phase, which we need to figure out what that's going to look like today. Oh, hey, I did the first three. There you go. Did the first three Skinwalker without paying attention, so that was nice. I need to go back and do normal Ogren boss. There. Okay. Rip this account. Yeah, I mean, it's, it'll still be doing stuff. It just, it's not going to be active playing, right? I'll play it in the background. So we did the Icewind Dale. Zariel. I did complete that third Icequake. I did complete Icequake for Zariel. Which reminds me, perks. I think we would rather put it here, yeah. It's better to raise the Saltpart DPS than to raise the, you know what? And actually, we're gonna reset. Let me just. Yeah, if you have a choice between boosting party DPS, like just your overall champion DPS, and assault party DPS, way better to boost assault party DPS. Because it's a separate multiplier. Seven. I want to save as much as possible. See just how much we can get into that. 5 shouldn't... We should be able to max out 5. Yeah, actually. That's... 5 maxes out before we can move on. Ah, but that's it. I don't like that. Starting over. We had way more before, so I put too much into the regular. I shouldn't have gone full into the regular. Speaking of finicky optimization methods. Okay, now I need 50 to get to here, to get to this page. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna go even harder on optimization. Just in case it ends up in a better place. And we'll find out. Oh, it's the same. Yeah, see? Okay. So now we're in the EO5s. 1.7. Wow, that jumped a lot. No wonder. I spent way too much on that. Yeah. And then straight into EO6. Yeah, that was the problem, folks. 698 is now the 4. 820. Okay. Here, one here. Here. Like pinball, bouncing all over the place. Ding, 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 ding. That one finishes. 249 is what we're chasing. Okay, now it's up to 6 EO6. Yeah, that was the problem. Definitely the problem. So this will finish. Okay, so all of 5. You can go all the 5. That's what I thought. I just wanted to verify. You can go all of 5 because of the way this released. You can go all of 5 before even putting anything into 6, because you know, and 6 will be kind of starting fresh, and then you can just efficiently do 6. I just wanted to make sure. I think that's true for Mert through Zariel. I don't know if they did, because that's kind of, they had released up through 5, and then 6 was like a whole different thing. And okay, boom, and now we're just hard dumping into Assault Party DPS 22. I did all this last time. It was at 21. I did all that for 1% more Assault Party DPS, but at least now I know it's done right. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just hard dump here, because these aren't gonna matter for now. And then we'll just efficiently hit the 610. We'll efficiently burn off the rest over here. And it'll be in a fine place if I ever come back to do anything again, which I probably not. Look at that. Look at that. All right. All right. So we're good. That's pretty efficient. I mean, obviously, I would have loved to have more of the Assault Party stuff if we were going to keep doing trials. We're not really. Oh, Strahd. I didn't even do Strahd. Do I care? His stuff isn't that great. These are, that's an EO7. These are EO7s. Oh Jesus! And it unlocked 8. See, the numbers here are weird. There we go. Okay, that was really weird. All right. Strahd's is weird. Bajra's is fine. I would have liked more gold chests, but it is what it is. Yeah. And this one we can maxed out the gold find. That's what mattered. All right. So what would be next? Wildband the Witchlight. We were not... Okay, let's get out of that. We did not attempt Legends and Lore because it was hard to get past Area 1000. Straight up. It was... Yeah. Yeah. So we went to Xerxes. I think we're gonna rock and roll. We're gonna rock and roll. Okay. Xerxes is annoying. Just straight up. Xerxes is annoying. Because of this NPC in the middle, it just screws everything up. So you get used to like what you can do at other places, and then you come to Xerxes and you're like, God dang it. Because it really throws off so much about your formation building. So we're just gonna race through the easy stuff, grabbing gems. That's the point. That is the point. Oh yeah, we have that. Resave this with new stuff. Wait, do we have their carefully balanced in? We do not. New feet, who dis? Okay. Okay. Let me just do a feet check. I don't think, yeah, those are fine. We only have those two. We need the next one. Got Railroad in. She's got Echo. She's got Dash. They're both carefully balanced. We'll be right back. We have the gem. We do. Okay. Save. CF Jaeger, I might have missed it, but how did you get that much favor from patrons? It's influence from patrons. Mine only given like 50 million. That's what, 5 EO6? I mean, it's the amount of influence you get from a patron variant is based on the area goal for completion. So the higher the area goal, the more of an adventure, the more influence it will give. It's that straightforward a calculation. Same with currency. Currency is also based off area goals. So like, you know, when you're first starting out with patrons, there just aren't a lot of good places to get lots of influence, and you also maybe can't push super far yet. And then when you get to Avernus, that's like the first place to really stop and do some patron variants. There's 6 of them there. I call them efficient patron variants, and I have a list in my Patrons 101 guide and in my new player reference. So doing those will get you tier 5 maxed for all 4 of the initial patrons. And then I stop And then in Icewind Dale, we just did 3. There's 3 efficient variants there. Got me a little of 6 and 7, but not as much as I would have liked. And then there will be some more efficient ones in Wild Beyond the Witchlight, but they have real high area goals. I don't know if we have the power for that. So if I wanted more influence at this point, I would need to go manually hunting for variants that I know I can finish that aren't on those, that aren't efficient. They're just completable. But I have enough. I'm not super worried about it at this point. It's not the focus of this account currently. This is still mid-game. I considered grinding at kind of working through all the patron variants. I consider that late game. So I'm gonna do the first turn of Fortune's Wheel. I mean, we might do that. I mean, not even just for fun. I mean, we might. I'm working through Xerxes now. Turn of Fortune's Wheel would be next. So that's, yeah. All right, what did I get now? 350 for Strahd. So it's just kind of, eventually you will get your account strong enough so that you can do the higher area ones, and then the higher area ones give you more influence and currency. So you can get higher up in the perks. It's not really worth it to grind the lower ones out early on. I mean, some people will do them in background parties. That's totally fine. But like actively trying to play through all the small ones, they don't offer. They're better than they used to be, but it's still, the higher the area goal, the better the reward. Coasting the finish, super useful patrons. Sure, but I would love to do that. It's the holy grail of patron variants, in my opinion. But I don't think I can. I don't think I have the power to do that. So, yeah. Oh, I forgot speed. Because that legendary one's kind of always on. I forget to add the speed potions at the start. And the fire breath. Make it go faster. Make it go faster. Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of power, here's the thing. I think coasting to the finish, I think the base variant is 1,000 areas. So Mert is going to be 1,100, and the others are going to be higher than that. So, if you can go that far, it's absolutely 100% worth it. But it is not easy if you're coming up on it just in regular progression. It is, yeah. I mean, I had trouble finishing the base adventure. Where is it? So Wild Beyond the Witchlight. So coasting to the finish is right here under the Court of Storms. So coasting to the finish is 1,000. I had trouble doing 1,000 here on a base one. The restriction here is it's not a real restriction. It's just you can't change your formation. So you have to decide on your formation and level them up, and then hope it works, because you can't change your formation after that. Yeah, I mean, we may attempt it. That's actually a good thing to attempt. We may attempt it, but I don't know that I don't know if we're gonna be able to complete it. We'll find out. But I mean, but being able to complete the base variant is one thing. Then the patron version, again, Mert's going to be 1,100 areas. Good Lord. Hey, Fiber. Yeah, champions have ramping buffs. You know, that's great. And I mean, we like in run ramping effects. It benefits they benefit there, but we have ramping buffs, but it's not quite the same. Not quite the same. Yeah, I have Miria. She's the only one that that's really going to help me out there. I didn't pick up Evelyn. Evelyn wasn't the slot 6 I was going for this account. Alindra was. Completed it with Merton Bajra. Nice. It's such a huge amount of influence. Yeah. Super big. One of those where I wish I had a dev account so that I could like put the kind of power needed to be able to complete that, but not do any other patron stuff, and then just go do that one for each patron and see just how far it would get you if you started from scratch. It's that kind of massive amount of influence. That's just not realistic, though. You'd never arrive that way. It was the first variant I completed for Elminster. I think it might have been for me too, if not the first, one of the first, because it's like if you've got the power, you start there. But Elminster their perks are everything about there is screwed up. It's not. It doesn't compare to any of the other patrons in terms of the perk cost or shop cost or anything. So I can't really extrapolate from there like what it would have done anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah. Things were broken back then. It wouldn't have changed the influence. It would have changed the currency. Yeah, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since the rebalance happened, but I think that was mainly just a currency rebalance. And then they brought up influence on, I think it just raised influence on the lower level, influence and currency on the lower area goal variants. Then it lowered currency, I thought, on the super high one. I can't remember. I can't remember. I'm correct. Cool. I know that was a big thing. It's like there were to anyone who wasn't around, they had never imagined, I guess, really extrapolated like, okay, here's how we're going to give people currency, and it was a flat value based off area goal before, and now it's got a formula. But the problem was they were starting to get area 900 area 1000 type of completions, and it was giving so much currency that people could do one variant and buy like 100 patron chests. It was ridiculous. So they changed that. They changed that because that was not ever supposed to happen. Yeah, but the thing was, I mean, I got full epic. It didn't change your ability to get to full epic, to be very clear, because I got full epic long before we ever got remotely near those types of area goals. So, yeah. Hate that audio cue. All right, Flight of the Kindori Pod. Flight of the Podcasters. Nope. You're not in here. You are. Clicked on the wrong one. Okay. No. Get those in from the beginning. But don't forget. Your entire roster was full shiny before you got to Witchlight? Wow. How are we on gems? 43,000, coming up on that 50K mark. Flying up on it. What we want to see. Speaking of, shuffle that hand, Eliwick. That's garbage. Way better already. Yeah, that's fine. Well, yeah, it's fine. We only had one gem card before, now we have two. We'll see, I may shuffle it again. I'd really prefer 3 on her. With that gem card, much higher chances she can get 3. Oh, seasonal ended. Okay. Good. Maybe people will stop going as hard in live arena. Freaking Marius. Ugh. One day I'll have Marius, and he won't have gear, so I won't be able to just ride him to success like everybody else did. Like the horse he is. Like the thoroughbred horse he is. Like insta-ban. Finally completed Mert tier 11. Nice. Nope. Yeah. I did not care about the effort that needed to be put in to do those higher ones. Like the reward wasn't there for it. So it's once we're done with this account, you know, we'll be playing the main account and we'll be knocking out, you know, that kind of stuff, but yeah, not interested at all. So kudos to anybody that had that kind of motivation. Come on, 3 gem cards. Go. There's 2. Ah. All right. I'm not going to bother with it anymore. At least we had 2. Pulled up my notepad and maybe. Do I? Yeah, sure. I said yes. You didn't need to ding at me. All right, Notepad++ got an update. Sweet. Okay. I need like a speed checklist or speed test plan. Whoa. Okay, so what is this? Here, so we got Deacon Esmeralda Slora, we got Lazel, BBEG, dyeing your hair, bouncing here and there and everywhere. Country. And yes. Still no speed champions in 11. For all this time. Still no speed champions in 11. All right. Ow. Ow. Look at the rock is eating people's faces off. That's rude. That's real rude. Hey, Shavik. We'll be using this account to test speed formations. Yes. Aiming for all blue gear or better. I'm gonna aim for epic, full epic. I can't do something like 100 item levels because it's gonna be capped. Like it's gonna be whatever their speed item is capped. And if they don't have a cap on their speed item, we'll start at a functional low level amount and go for there. Because I'm already like, look, I already got Diana at 150. I can't do like, and when past blue gear, that's I don't have dev powers. I can't just change this account. So I got to use it as it currently functions. So the goal, I will be trying to get them, off stream to full epic and collect all the speed champions. Well, again, as a minimum, I can't do that because I don't like it doesn't make any sense for me to like test some champions in blue gear at 100 item levels, but others not. Like then that's incomplete data, and people will complain and go, "Well, you didn't test the same things," and it's like, "Well, go screw yourself." But um, yeah, I don't know. So I'm just so the goal is, the tests will start the same time the floggings stop. Wait, no, the test will start, with full epic. And it'll probably be full epic. If they don't have an item cap, we'll see if we can start at 100 item levels if they don't have an item cap. But if they have a cap, we're just going to cap it. It just makes sense to test them capped. But for champs that don't have a cap but have an item support, then what you want to figure out is, what does it do at 100, then 200, then 300. Like, you want to see the stepping stone, right, to know kind of where, like, is 100 enough? Do you want to go higher? Like, how much of an improvement is it? Like, that's the kind of data we're gonna want to go hard on this, because we're not going to ever do it again. Like, we want to do it now so we don't have to do it later. So basically, anytime they introduce a new champion, we can do it like a new speed champion, or something that affects a gem farm like Eliwick. We can test kind of how they fit in the speed meta, right? And Lord help me, maybe I will even list it as a tier list. Lord help me. I don't know. Hey, Nathlis. Yes, as in I'm going to cry about it if I have to do that. They all geared? I don't know. Let's find out. Ah, I got 4-Jump Riv and Events 2.0 started about the same time. I decided to consider raising my floor instead of doing patrons. Go well so far. I mean, if you raise your item level floor up, I think mine on my main account is like 300 or something. That just makes, when you go to do the patrons, you just fly right through them. Like, well, most of them. I don't know about the new stuff. Got rid of your break and Shandy. I mean, with the new potions, with the apothecary, you can just 10x without Shandy. So Shandy becomes an easy drop at that point from gem farm. Okay, so we look at this. Let me bring this up. So we got all the champions. Alternate. I should put these down here. Eliwick is 10. Norm's 9. I mean, basically, there isn't going to be a reason you would use Havilar or Virgil over Eliwick here, but let me put a note. I'll just say seat 9 for Modron leveling comparison. And then, let's see, 10 for overall gem game. Which she should always win that. Hopefully. Like, over time, she should consistently do better. Your floor is now around 250. I mean, I did a ton of content in the game with you know, around that kind of floor. Like around 200. Are you gonna really test Xander? Yeah. I can't do a comprehensive speed test and not actually test like Xander and Halson. Even though I'm just right up front, I think they're the worst speed champions in the game. I don't think I need to test them to know that. I think I just know how those abilities work. Yeah. Also, Tatiana. I mean, here's the thing. Like, Xander and Tatiana were attempts to. It feels like they were attempts to create speed at the end of your run. But that's an important thing to have. Xander just absolutely failed at it. Tatiana functions fine for that. I don't think it's, you know, I would rather have a different speed effect later on in run, but yeah. But Xander absolutely fails at that because there are people that have a similar ability to Xander's that just are kind of always on and don't require. His issue is that you have to hit something and miss, and then something has to kill that, and that's too restrictive of a requirement, and that's what makes him garbage. So I want to be able to figure out ways to I want to sit down and put a lot into this to make sure that when we're done with this, people can complain, right? Like as best as possible. But there are some assumptions so here let's just say assumptions. Well, I don't even know assumptions base requirements. This is you know, people won't like this, but full epic capped full epic capped speed item. Yeah, 100 eye levels on speed items without a cap to start, or 100 eye levels on camps with no speed item. All speed feats available. Okay, let me see what else I want here. Tatiana's weird late run. If she isn't front of the line, she can use her speed effect. If you want her to get hit. Yeah. Yeah. It's Nothless, it's like a Sentry. Well, except maybe not, she can't get her bonus ramping damage, right? But Sentry doesn't want to be hit for her speed effect either, right? So you kind of got to find a way if you're going to use her that way, you got to find a way to make that work, right? 650. Did I turn speed potion? No, god. No. No, I didn't. Almost to our gem goal, though. Oh, hey. Yeah, it worked. Look at that back here. I know. Hey, Thrival. We want to test with full epic. We want to do capped speed items. Least shiny speed items. If possible. Well, yeah. Cap functionality stays no matter what. But we need to call it out so people understand. I mean, cap functionality doesn't, like, it doesn't matter if you cap it at ungilded, shinied, or golden. Cap is the cap. But by having it capped at a lower level, we're kind of keeping the power of the champion lower too, and I would prefer that. I would prefer that. I don't want like supremely overpowered. Hey, Jules. Oh. Anything else? So we got epics. We're referencing item levels. We're referencing feats, and we're referencing gilding. Oh, no legendary effects. So I will do a legendary dismantle before we do this testing to get all legendaries off these champions. Because it shouldn't affect it, but it's going to add power, and I just want to give it a baseline until we see what just before the legendary rework, whatever the forge and the trials gets reworked. Who knows how it's going to change anything, but we want to change it before then. I guess all the base was into well, all base adventures with high QT values. So quick transitions, basically. I should do. Right. Should do that just so make sure we're all on the same page. Oh, we died at it. Okay. Well, you walk into Big Mama's house and you're gonna. Oh, we weren't even. It could have been capped. It could have been a contender. You can think of other things that we need to consider here. Like, now's the time. This is the one time I'm like taking his suggestions because, oh, it shuffled because it's stunned. That's okay. Yeah. I want to make sure this is. I don't want to hear criticisms after all the testing is done. If we miss something. Yeah, but it's Nathless, but it's way easier to just tell them to F off and block them than listen if we've done our due diligence up front. Right. So we want to hunt down, we want to get a list of all the, I should move this stuff up here. Move this up here. Okay. We want to get a list of all the things we want to keep in account for. So we'll have those. What about blessings? Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Wreck that guy. I mean, here's the thing. There's a part of me that wants to like reset all blessings and have them zeroed out for the tests. But I don't know that that's realistic. The other issue is, some of them are helpful, but we won't have all of them available, right? Like, I'm not pushing this account like we have. So we've got like tier 5 through. I think we could get tier 5 here. I mean, we got tier 5 in Avernus, so we could definitely get tier 5 in Waterdeep. I mean, this affects potions. That's useful to know. But, I mean, we could probably get all of here as well. But Celestin, I mean, once we're getting to Xerxes, I don't know. Because here's one, like, this is a potential goal here. Like, hold on, I gotta do this. So the issue we have is that this one is kind of a big deal, right? Could be a big deal. It could affect some things, like some people who don't have certain champions and want to, like, they could come here and maybe it's faster. Right. Yeah, I don't know. And patrons, I feel like it's, wow. I mean, to be able to do it with all the global blessings is going to require a lot more grinding on this account. Giggity. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of want to zero out patron stuff. Oh, hold on. We're gonna need to look at that. God damn it! Ugh, I just wanted to stun it. Made me shuffle my hand again. That's the thing, Nathless. I don't know. Well, ultimately, we want to find the best adventures, right? Like, without any doubts, we want to find them. But then with qualifications, right? Like, well, if, here's the, maybe this with this blessing might actually be better. I don't know. That's what kind of got to figure out. again, we want to be as comprehensive as possible. Shut up. Why? But yeah, we're also going to, I mean, you know, this is just, I want to get the general requirements down. We're also going to get into like, how are we going to test each champion? And that's going to get into stuff like, well, I mean, you're going to do it without, if they have feats, you're going to do it without any feats. And then you're going to test each feat separately. And then you're going to test the feats together. Right? Depending on how, whatever combinations of feats they have. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the exact here. Well, so like I'm trying to come up with kind of all the rules that the tests, all the things that we need to make sure that we're looking at, and the basis for how the tests are going to be done. Because I can't take them from like 0 gear. I don't have dev powers. I can't take them from 0 gear to different gear levels. So I just want to make sure that I'm aiming for the right goals, that I know what we're shooting for, and then I can follow up on that. I have my, yes, we can go get Whittle's feet now. Speaking of, tasty friends. Yes, please. There, boom. Now we go faster. Now we go faster. All right. I think the next one up is Deacons. Confidence in the boss. Yeah, 50,000. 50,000 gems. That's going to take a little bit now. Okay. Oh, that finished too. Nice. I don't know if that's good. Well, we already know how familiars work. I don't think there needs to be, I think there's 5 on the field is the best way. There isn't even I don't know that there's anybody that would argue against that. And when we're talking about like gem farming, which is ultimately what we're talking about here, this is all in the direction of gem farming, not about completing adventures and whatever. Like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about speed testing, ultimately trying to determine the best way to farm gems. Right? We're looking for that. So the familiar thing, it's five familiars in the field is the most efficient. Because you know, one is going to leave. You're going to take too long on levels, and you're not going to pick up the boss bag right away. 3, you're going to fly through the levels, but you're not going to pick up the boss bag right away. Yeah. Well, I know, but Jules, this isn't for low level people. This is not a beginner's guide. There's the beginner's guides are already up. They just introduce people to these concepts. This is like mid game and beyond, aiming for optimizations of gem farming. Well, again, it's kind of it's in the statement of this is about gem farming. And I stand by my statements that nobody should be gem farming until the mid game. It's the fast core still. I mean, it's in the name. It's the only speed core. It's the only core with speed effects. Now, arguably, maybe you don't. Arguably, you don't have to. I mean, there's some arguments that you don't need to use it, but you're increasing enemy spawn speed at the very least. So if you don't have super high levels of whittle, or you're not even using whittle, like this is going to help. A lot of times, I I don't know. I mean, we're gonna have to test out the nodes again as well. I need to list that. We need to test each node's effect out. This one would make for problems on my Briv gem farms, so I would never put this one in. And then this is just this. This is speed like potions. And nowadays with the potion, with the apothecary, you may not even need this. So the big one I think now is kind of this one. Just getting some more enemy spawn speed. Otherwise, the core, honestly, may not really matter that much, right? Like if you want power or gold find from it, but otherwise, this is really probably the only like important node nowadays. So let's actually let me list that up back out. Cores. Test each speed node. Each speed node. Yeah. With just to see, because I don't think it matters. Like that's really the fast core. I don't think any of the others really matter. I don't think they bring anything to the party for gem farming. Gem farming minutes. What? Oh, that was gold farming. I don't remember Azaka for gem farming. We're going to take into account, or at least disclaim, that gem farms will be heavily influenced by hardware performance. I cannot take that into account. I only have one. Well, I do have 2 computers. Please don't make me do that. Please don't make me do that. I feel like that is. I don't even know that there would be a. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna have to be a disclaimer that, you know, this is. I'll have to. Disclaimers. Performance of system matters. List of test system stats. Okay. There. How's that? I mean, I'll elaborate on that, but because there's yeah, I don't. I'm not going to test on multiple systems. I think it's an understood that well, maybe a lot of people don't understand that your system performance affects your gem farm, but we'll put it at the top, right? Also, gem farming is online only. No, offline background. That also needs to happen. Yeah, that also needs to be in disclaimers. Also, this test is unscripted. Scripted. Yeah. There. Ah. So yeah. Can you talk a bit about the apothecary? Sure. Let me get rid of this. And let me level them up so we don't run into speed bump while we're talking about it. The apothecary is probably the single most impactful system that they added recently. So recently being, yeah, what, last 6 months? Yeah. It's you can access it through the potion manager here at the top left, or I believe you can, yeah, down at the bottom right of the main inventory page or the potion page. Right. So this is what it looks like. It's got 3 tabs that are important. At the top right, there's 2 stats. The platinum doesn't matter, but they want you to buy stuff. You get your potion reagents that you have banked, and you get your number of legendary vessels. Legendary vessels are obtained in a couple ways. The only one that I think that matters is this one here. So once a week on day 7, make sure you don't miss day 7. Each week for your daily rewards, get your legendary vessel for free. Legendary vessels can also be. I'll show the other way. Legendaries can be. Well, you can get them through cash, but then there's another way. We'll get there. So when you're distilling, so you distill potions to get reagents. Technically, Sheila is a scavenger for reagents, but it's really slow. Just consider it some extra that you don't have to break down potions for. But the kind of conceit of the system is that you break down potions you don't care about, turn them into reagents, and use the reagents to make potions you do care about. Okay. So in this scenario, what we're really talking about is breaking down anything that isn't speed and turning it into speed. Okay. So like right now I have, and you kind of got to figure out like, I mean, this kind of then makes you rate these potions a bit. So like all champs damage, I don't care about these a whole lot. Health potions, I don't care about these a whole lot. I will use more of the clairvoyance and the fire breath. So if I'm what I call burning, if I'm distilling down potions, if I'm burning potions, I'm going to burn more of these than I am of these, just personally. Also, I never burn. I highly recommend not burning out, like distilling down the epics. You want those for deep favor runs. Those are the harder ones to get. There's no reason to craft them. Just keep the ones. I mean, you can craft them later, but don't break them down. And then if you break it down, like, so here's the thing: you get 120 for breaking this down. But if I want to brew one, it costs 480. So just don't break these down, right? So you want to break some of these down. And I usually keep like twice as many of these as these. So like this, I could probably burn these down to like 10s. Like, so I keep 10. So like I could take this and then basically I want to consume 14 and prepare. And that's keeping 10 and distilling 14 is what it's going to do. It's going to show them to you here. So I would keep like 10 of these, but I would probably keep like, well, honestly, I'd probably keep like 5 of these and like 10 of these. But I'm at a point where I don't really need to distill anything. But once you have this set up, then you can hit distill. It'll turn it into the potions that you want, right? Or to the reagents. It does give you the option to break down these 7-day potions. Ooh. First off, never, ever, ever break down a potion of the Gem Hunter. Ever, 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 ever. These are the most sought after potions in the game. But if from like a meta event, they gave you like maybe one of these, maybe a Gold Hunter or the damage ones for sure. If they gave you a damage potion, like a potion of the Hunter, the regular Hunter, which is global damage by 100%, who cares? Arguably these aren't great either, but you know what? For Gold Find, double Gold Find, that's another multiplier on this stack. This is another viable one, but I would break down these before I break down these. And when you distill those down, they're going to give you 3 legendary vessels plus a ton of reagents, right? But this is how you get extra legendary vessels, other than cash or the 1 a week, right? Don't worry too much about legendary vessels early on. 1 a week is pretty fine. Then they give you an enhance option. I don't use this one, but basically you can take one type of potion and I can turn it into the higher version. So I can take it into a green, blue, purple, or a legendary. You're basically just crafting up, right? Usually I'm just making new ones. So coming over to brew, they have all of them. Again, this is really the only place you need to sit. Speed bonus. and then make yourself potions. So you can get smalls for 4, mediums for 24, larges for 120, huges for 480, and then the legendary speed potion is 1,440 reagents, which is a lot, and a legendary vessel. But here's the thing: currently, it says it lasts for 1 day. Currently, that it lasts longer than that. How much longer is a variable factor. What I've found is when I'm actively using it, it ticks down, but maybe at a slightly slower rate than real time. But when I'm done with this account, I close this party and I go and I just let this party do stuff overnight, and I don't do anything here. And by doing that, the potion stops ticking down. So I get way more use out of it, right? So it only works in kind of in my use case where I just don't use this party overnight. I get more active play speed out of those legendary potions. They last about a week. Honestly, they last about a week for me. So, just keep that in mind. You don't necessarily that legendary potion is the main one that you're going to want. If you find yourself like deciding you want to hit up a bunch of campaigns and do deep favor runs in each of them to max out blessings or something, or raise your favor, maybe getting one for the gold find. I did that once. Would also be nice, because not only is it going to add this multiplier, it also buffs the effects of the other potions too. So the legendaries are real strong. I just think the speed one is where it's at, kind of to start. It's just super useful to have that legendary speed potion, and when you're actively playing like I do, great. So the apothecary system is huge. Also, later on, like I got to a point, I was being very selective early on when I started this account about what I was burning down and making sure I held on to stuff. But now, as you can see, I'm sitting on 10,000 reagents and tons of potions. I don't need to. I've got like 60 large speeds. Because I'm using that legendary, normally I would be combining a large with smaller ones for some of these runs. I don't have to. I use that legendary and then like one of these, or maybe just a couple of these. Like it's made my potion usage super efficient. And so for the first time ever when starting a new account, I've never run out of speed potions. Not once. And I didn't do anything outrageous. I was using Sheila a lot at first, and now she's just relegated to overnight farms. Because just breaking down the potions is fine. Eventually you hit a point where suddenly earning so many gems, you're getting so many chests that I've crafted some here and there. I've actually been crafting more of these medium fire breath potions than the speed potions lately, because I've just had a bunch of speed potions. So yeah, and then later on for like gem farm, when you start heavily getting into gem farming, it changes things even more dramatically, because basically you'll just never run out of potions even when you're grinding like tons and tons of gem farms, like 24 hour, if you're doing like 24-hour gem farming to ramp up your briv with the apothecary, you'll get to a point where you never run out anymore. And that's something we actually have to test, is like well, not the not running out, but like the legendary effect. How much does using a legendary with like full stacks of potions, because a legendary potion technically can overcap you. Like right now our current total acceleration is 11x, as shown down here, but it's supposed to be capped at 10, and this allows you to overcap it, and it goes up a bit based off the number of potions you use. So technically now the cap is 12.5 if you burn one of all. But that one is heavily system dependent on if that's going to actually be worth it for you, because some people that it isn't as much of a boost. I actually thought it might have slowed down my gem runs. When Briv is stacking, is there a way to increase the spawn speed with feats or items? There are champions that do that. Those are some of the champions you put in. Like spawn speed is Whittle, Deacon, Melf. They all have spawn speed. Tatiana can bring in extra enemies. Those are champions that you could include them in that party, not only because they're going to help you race through stuff. I mean, you're one kill clearing a lot of times, but they're going to make the enemies like race in faster, right? The online only bit would need to be clarified because you're going to get people being pedantic about it. But you can earn gems while offline. Well, but that's I'm not. Look, if somebody steps, here's the thing. I'm going to lay this all out. There's going to be I will. This is not. This is just me bullet pointing stuff that's going to get fleshed out. Okay, I want to be clear because I guess maybe I haven't made a brand new guide from scratch in a while, and people don't remember. This gets fully fleshed out. This is not what it's going to look like. This is me just getting the bullet points out so that I can make it later. If after that somebody wants to get pedantic with me, they just get blocked. I'm just gonna block them on Reddit. But I don't want to deal with. That's why I want to get like as many of these bullet points in so that I can flesh them out for the guide and then post it, and then I don't want to deal with people's BS. Yeah, 10 miles. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes other potions don't always consume at the right speed either. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, one of the single biggest differentiators for people between like what their gem farm does to somebody else's is their like what system are you doing it on? How powerful is it? Like it can be a huge difference. And there's just no way for me to control for that. I'm not gonna bother. And I don't have a bunch of computers to test on. This is not gonna happen. There we go. All right, I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. All right. I gotta change something about this party because that guy's wrecking us. Guy's shipwrecking us. Miss. Let's just make him miss part of the time. I saw a comment about like maybe the game there's a memory leak of the game. Oh, there's plenty. Yeah. They fixed tons of them, but there's always more. Anytime they create a new champion, it's basically like, hey, what new memory leak did they add to the game? It's just welcome to game dev. Welcome to game development. The issue is like trying to find the cause, right? It's not that they're not aware that there might be issues. It's like they can't test every possible, like a lot of times it's combinations of champions. They can't test every possible combination of champions. There's 149 champions in the game right now. There'll be 150 next week, I think, if they hold to their schedule. So it's kind of up to us to report like, hey, I have issues with this combination of champions. And then they can, like, while you're having that issue, submit the ticket. They can pull up a copy of that of your account from that time and then run tests. And they've removed a lot of memory leaks. But again, every time they add a new champion to the game, there's a chance for a new memory leak. Hell, maybe even every time they add a new skin to the game. Who knows, right? Almighty Xanathar. The how he did it. Will not be denied in their duly earned feast. Wasn't that kind of outdated? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've heard B-Dave do his Xanathar. Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is magic. I mean, when you understand like how duct tape and baling wire a lot of software development is, like full house of cards at times, right? Like, and they're talking about, hey, let's just write some temporary code to get this up and running. We'll come back and we'll fix it later. But come back and fix it later is like a few years later when everything that they've built upon that house of cards of temporary code is about to fall apart. And like, can they afford to then go back and rebuild it? Because now that temporary code is touching like maybe a dozen systems, right? Like, yeah. It's one of those things where the whole mentality of, well, just give it some code to get it up and running, and then we'll fix it later leads to just headaches. I mean, that's just kind of how everything seems to work, and it kills me. But, you know. Yeah, I've never had those kind of memory issues with. But again, I also restart my client every day. I think that's a big one for a lot of people. But there are people who say they restart their client every day and still run into those leaks, and I don't know what's going on. I have no idea because I've never even remotely seen those kind of issues. So it could be specific. It has to be specific champions that they're using that I'm not. I would think. And yeah, a lot of wait for the break for this one. Because a lot of this would be different. Yeah. Quick. Clearly here, I wanted that screen to go away. All right, we're back from the break. Yeah, they could be part of Unity. I mean, the fact that this game was built in Unity, is part of the problem. Because Unity isn't, like, the game needs a system that can process all of the math that it needs. Like, it's designed to process all of the math that it needs. And Unity is not the most ideal place to build a game like that. Let's put it that way. I don't know if there is a prefab soft setup out there, you know, like, that could do this better. But you know, you really need something that, like, a lot of the, like, when you get, we're not right bad right now, but when you get a lot of enemies on the screen and you get debuffers in, the game just grinds to a halt. And so then you see the weakness of kind of Unity of trying to do these kinds of calculations. You know, updating everything in real time the way they've kind of designed this game to do. It just slams to a halt. Didn't see performance issues until I started jump farming. Well, yeah, but jump farming is where you're going fast. And also, I will tell you this straight up, speed potions create issues in this game. 100%. Advancing the like this multiplier down here, the current total acceleration, the speed bonus, that's the overall multiplier of how fast the game is running. That includes things like speed potions and shandy, and that node, the fast node, core node, creates problems. And it makes it so sometimes the game can't do its job. So I know, like, if it can't do if the game itself can't do the calculations correctly with the speed potions running, then that means, like, in ways you can visually see, then that means behind the scenes, it's like, it's got to be somebody threw a wrench into the blender, right? Like, in terms of memory leaks and stuff. The biggest memory leaks you'll see in this game are when you've been running lots of speed potions without restarting. Especially if you're going into different adventures, but even just cycling the same adventure, it can happen there too, like in a gem farm. But I've run into issues just trying to do lots of different adventures and fly through them quickly, and suddenly I start seeing bugs pop up, and it's like, all right, well, time to restart the client and basically flush the system. It's up to, we got almost up to 9,000 gems again. We got a bunch of looted chests. Oh, Diana got an Electrum. Let's see if this fixes our Thalora. Come on, green for Thalora. Yes, good. That means I can pop the gold Thalora chests. And we got an epic on the first one. They gave us a blue and a purple, but it's the same item. And this is the same, isn't it? No, that's a different one. Okay, good. That was rough. That was rough. We could have had an epic and three blues, and instead we get an epic and 2 blues. That's fine. We can open these. I mean, we'll take the free epic. There's an epic for Jaheira. And a blue for Vi. So yeah, now our Thalora is an epic and 2 blues. Doesn't really matter as much for Thalora. Her speed isn't based on gear. I don't use legendary speed potions because my computer can't handle the extra speed, so it doesn't give me any extra gems. Yeah. For gem farming, I can totally see that. Yeah. Like if you're trying to stack multiple up. When I first started a month or so ago and I ran into issues even with leaving my game on for 2 to 3 days, but last week I started to use speed potions all the time and I've had to restart at least once a day. Yeah. Speed giveth and speed taketh away. The most egregious issue with speed potions that we discovered on stream when Ishii came out, when her rework came out, was that when you get if you get Ishii to an animation cap attack speed with potions running, the game can't accurately count the number of times she should be attacking over a period of time. Like over 60 seconds, it can't determine it correctly. So you have to pause, and the only reason we found this is I went in and I paused because I was like, that number seems low. And I paused it, and suddenly the number just started climbing because the game could suddenly get the calculations right. Frustrating. So literally to push further with Ishii, she's the only one it really matters on because she has an ability that counts the number of times she's attacked. Only matters on her. So if you're trying to push deep on Ishii, the problem then becomes, well, sure, you could be using speed potions to go fast, but then you got to shut them off if you want to go further because there's a lot of power left. She's got like another E15 plus power available with those extra stacks. Your speed testing need a section of item levels don't matter. Check. Well, I already noted that. Here, let me turn this back on. So that's here. I'm already putting like we put in full epic, so that's on all the speed champions, all the champions that we're testing, and then 100 item levels on champions with no speed item. That's our base. So 100. I should put average item levels. Whereas this, then it's 100 item levels specifically on speed items without a cap to start. Otherwise, all speed items that have a cap are going to be capped. These are the statements I'm going to make. This is how we tested. People don't like that. They can kick rocks. they can go do their own tests. But yeah, this is how I'm testing it because I don't have dev powers. I can't just manipulate gear and item levels. So we're gonna start with some base assumptions. This is where you're at because really, this isn't for people who are starting out the game. This is kind of one of the few guides that I'm making that I've ever made. It's targeted specifically at mid game and later players. Normally, I'm targeting people who are brand new to a system. This is not going to be a hi. This is your first time talking about speed stuff. I already have a guide for that. We have Speed Champions 101 for that. So this is going to end. We have. Did I do a gem farming 101? I don't know. Or was it just Speed Champions 101? I did gem farming 101. I have Speed Champions 101 and gem farming 101. So this is going to be after that. After you've read the Speed Champions 101 and Gem Farming 101, you want to know more, you come to this guide. It's going to be a combination. It's really about gem farming. It wouldn't be Speed Champs 102. 102 is still entry level. This is high level stuff. So this would be Gem Farming's 201 probably. Because it's not just about Speed Champions. We're also including Eliwick and Nordum, right? So the whole concept of this isn't to like, how do I do patron runs faster? No, the whole concept of this will be the whole idea is how do I gem farm most efficiently? Gem farming. The 201. We'll just call it that. We'll put the title up there. Efficient gem farming 201. It'll be gem farming 201, but man. So this is going to be a deeper dive into all the things that it can make gem farming big, right? But you know, there's no possible way to control all the variables without a bunch of like without a dozen like 10 different computers of different power and and each of the consoles, and we're not doing that. So again, disclaimer, you know, this is online testing because offline and background is not a thing. Stop acting like it is. Grow up. Performance of system matters. We'll have an explanation there. I will list off my system stats so people understand, like, this is what I tested on. And then the fact that this is unscripted. I won't be doing scripting stuff. If I need more disclaimers, I mean, we can add them, but I don't know what else to put here yet. Core, the only core that's going to matter here is the fast core, and we're going to see if it even matters anymore. Campaign requirements, all base adventures. We're going to test base adventures with high quick transition values. I got to make sure they're all available to test. Also all base adventures with fast enemy spawners, aka Mad Wizard. Well, IE. The IE. Mad, I don't know. Viking Rider can get on me about that. Yeah. Because Mad Wizard is baby's first gem farm because of the enemy spawners. And then base champion requirements, full epic, cap to speed item, 100 item levels and speed items without a cap to start. Will probably go up in increase in 100 level increments. 100 average item levels on champions with no speed item, all speed feats available. The test will test all the combinations of them. I need at least shiny speed items because we're trying to get speed as efficiently as possible. You know, if we have a golden on it, great. Basically trying to keep the item levels as low as possible. So that, you know, higher item levels mean more power, but we can't test all possible combinations. We just want to get to the cap as quickly as possible. And then no legendary effects. I'm going to legendary dismantle everything. I still need to make a call on global blessings, patron perks. But first, things first, this needs to actually be saved like this. And then we switch here. And we're going to bring Dragon Bait in. Okay. Yeah, see, I knew you were the one that would get me on that one. So EG. I don't do the periods. I'm not going to capitalize it either. These are my own notes. I don't. Yeah, there will be no scripting or script testing. I don't even have a script for my tutorial shows. What makes you think I'd use one for playing the game? Exactly. I don't use. I learned in college that my brain doesn't function with scripts. In terms of like reading, like memorizing a speech or anything, or reading, I can't do it. I can't even use note cards. Like, the only way I can use a note card is just to have bullet points in case I want just to make sure that I'm that I hit all the topics that I need to. Because otherwise I will stop and stare at that bullet card, like the note card, and I just, where was that going again? I just got to know what I'm talking about and go with it. Yeah, some people like Curse Farmer, but I just need to look up if any place that's got spawners like Mad Wizard. Oh, that's what it means. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't know that I use those correctly, but that's fine. I know what I mean. For my own notes, I know what I mean. So I mean, I kind of need. I mean, here's the problem. This one right here. I mean, this is probably the main reason I feel like we have to test with and without some patron blessings or some blessings, campaign blessings, because of ones like that, right? Reducing area quest requirements and free plays, like that might make some some kind of light of Xerxes free play a great place if you want like free area quest reduction. Gonna max out at 20%. So if you're at 25, that's 5. It's gonna take 5 off the top. Yeah. So I don't know. Feel like blessings. Find out which test with and without the ones that would directly affect gem farming in terms of speed effects. Okay, for example, I know what we're talking about. Locks is we've been here before. So there's our example. Do we? Does our oh man, no, I shouldn't even ask that question because the answer is yes. I was gonna say, are people going to complain if I don't do a test with and without the +1 gem bonuses? But they will complain. So the question isn't, are they going to complain? The question is, do I care? I don't know if I do. Let me think about that for a hot second. I really gotta make that guy miss. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I guess. Bonus globalist. All right. Are there any other blessings we need to consider? Nothing's jumping out at me at the moment. I think. Oh, just damage. I mean, there's attack speed, but I don't. Brisk Benefactor does kind of the same thing. That other one does 20%, but that's during patron variants, but that's only in Witchlight. I'll just note it. Oh, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I know people will always find something to complain about, but ultimately it's about reducing how much I care about their complaint. If I do my due diligence, then I have no problem just hitting the block button and moving on with my life. If it's something I just absolutely forgot, I'm gonna be mad at myself. I'm trying to sit here on these potent potions. Do I care? I don't think we care. I think it creates efficiency in potions, but nowadays with the apothecary, I don't think that matters. Okay, what is our? We just don't have damage. Like, what's our frequency, Kenneth? What's your damage, dude? Your deal. Why are you being such a jerk? You're ticking me off. Well, again, it just depends on what they're talking about. Depends on how much I care about what they're talking about. Some people just want to, pick nits. And I'm not here for that. I think. All right, where are we at on our gems? 13,000. Good for us. Good for us. Next up on the feat purchase list is Deacon's Confidence in the Boss. That'll be 80% to his speed. That's what we're targeting next. Okay, so back to looking at the globals or blessings. Ice one down. I don't think I'm going to test like enemy health reduction for this. I feel like that's just a little too, or champion attack speed. The only champion attack speed I think. Let me make a note about this. Test attack speed feat on Thalora. I think that's really the only one that matters. Getting her to trigger her rush quickly as possible. I don't think anybody else's matters. Okay, so potions don't care about. All right. Yeah, don't see anything there I care about really. Yeah, I think I'm fine with the rest of the blessings. Bans from stacking bread. There's so right off the bat, I think there's two ways you can go with that. You either don't want her attacking quickly because you don't want her knocking a back away, or you want her attacking faster to move them into him faster. Like, but that's only if she's placed in the middle. The other would be if she's placed on the edges. I don't. I. I know in the past there were some issues with the knocking towards the party that would actually knock them into the party, and it was just as bad, like into the group, and they'd have to walk back, and so it became just as bad as knocking away. Well, you know what? Actually, I think that's getting into the woods on how we're going to test Diana. I need to remove this. This is base. This needs to be base champion stuff. I need to come down here and go fast attack speed with without attack speed, and then test placement test with without attack speed based on placement based on middle. Oh. Yeah, there's a couple of things to test there. That's specifically for Diana. That's not generically for all champions. I put the lures in the wrong place. So patron perks. I should just put perks. Perks. Hold on, let me level everybody up here. Flying and stacking debuffs? That shouldn't have anything to do with this. Unless something changed about gem farming where you care about debuffs? I don't think so. Okay. Patron perks. I don't have anything in Merit that makes me care about those. What do I think about distilling potions of gold hunter to get legend vessels? So I think the gold hunter is one of the two potions you would consider it for. I think the hunter, just the all champs damage, the 7-day, would be the preferable one to break down for legendary vessels. If you don't have any hunters, I think you can consider a gold hunter. I don't think you would never want to break down a gem hunter. And the Modron one is more useful than the all champs damage one. So yeah. But I think it's you could because a double gold find at a certain point. I mean, I don't even know that I care about that even as a new player. I don't think there's a point where I care about just a double of a gold find from a potion when I'd rather have the legendary vessel that got me. And then you get 3, you break that into 3 legendary vessels, turn one of those into a legendary gold find, and you're winning, right? And then you can make the other 2 into whatever you want. I think that's a better scenario for gold find than keeping that 7-day. Yeah, I don't see anything in Vajra. Ouch. Strata care about? Yeah, I don't see any patron perks that matter. So I'm just going to say none. We're going to reset them all when we go to do these tests. I don't think that's going to... I don't think it's going to mean anything. I don't think it's going to add anything that matters other than damage. I mean, damage, gold find, whatever. That's not a... We can't control for all those values in this testing, so we're just going to remove them. Control what we can control. We're going to 800 on this one. All right. Okay, so base champion requirements, we've got a list here. Campaign requirements, we got a couple things here. Blessings, yes. Perks, none. Cores, just a fast chord. And then we got some disclaimers. What else am I missing? We're not doing any legendary effects at all. Because all that is just damage. Should Helwick be on the list of... Okay, let me scroll down. Speed champions. Alternates. She's not a speed champion. I love it. Speed champions. For people who might be looking at my notes. Yeah. She is on the list, but she's not on the speed champion list. So, you know, we're still going to be testing speed champions in 10. But we're gonna, you know. Yeah, no, it wasn't on the screen. It was scrolled off the bottom. So I get why you didn't see it. That's why I scrolled down. How are Yorvin of Lithrin? Yorvin is an incredibly strong support if you build around him. Lithrin seems solid. Yeah. I didn't like personally Yorvin as a DPS, but there are people who like Yorvin as a DPS. Okay, we need damage. And survive it. That guy really kicked our Tarask. Wait. No, he's the Tarask. But yeah, again, this isn't this guide is not going to be, this isn't Speed Champions 201. This is Gem Farming 201. So we're looking at anything that might affect gems, gem gain, and setting up like a super efficient gem farming. Connecting. They're both in 12, right? Yeah. Hmm. So, Toy, how much of any would campaign favor impact speed? It's a function of, it's primarily a function of how Thalor is going to work. That's the main conversation about speed, because how far you rush is based off favor in a campaign. The secondary function is how far you can insta-click kill, right? That one isn't... It seems like in the current meta, that one isn't as important. A lot of people are moving to fire breath potions. So, I don't know. That's an overall thing that we have to figure out. So we can add a different clicking, click damage versus fire breath. Just in general. Did I cover locations for gem farming? Well, I mean, again, these are bullet points for the ultimately what it's going to get made. So we're gonna look at all base adventures with high quick transition values. Make sure they're all available to test on this account. And then all base adventures with fast enemy spawners. I'm not messing around with variants. That's more of a scripting thing. Well, I don't even think they do that anymore. Once upon a time, people used to do short runs before the completion zone in certain variants to get their gem farming done faster. I don't wanna do that. I think that went away once Briv arrived, but just giving a historical nod to that. We're not touching any variants. So I will flesh out these lists at some point, but right now I'm just trying to get the general gist of what this guide is gonna become at some point. It's gonna take a long time to make. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. Artemissive, that's more of a scripting thing, and I don't want to do scripting anything, so. Did those, did that, did that. Wait, what's the dragon? Dragon. Arena of blood. Blood. Dragon Bait I feel like is the only non-speed Enrage champion that people consider. Because there were some soft Enrages on some of the speed champions already. Some people are just using soft Enrages instead of what I would call a hard Enrage. The Dragon Bait is a hard Enrage. One of his buffs doesn't happen until the enemy enrages. Like the enrage timer shows up. And that's usually the hard trigger you want. Or it used to be. Again, this test is going to look at, kind of looking at like what was originally the Briv Gem farm and what kind of now people are leaning towards, which is away from hard enrages and away from breaks and into just soft enrages, and see what happens. That's going to be part of this, right? So let's do enrages test with and without hard enrage versus just use when built in soft enrages on champs. Because things like, a Briv Gem farm used to need Briv, it used to need a break, and it used to need an enrage, right? Like that's what made a Briv Gem farm. Otherwise, you were leaving gems on the table. Nowadays, people are all over the place. I don't know. The people are getting good results without them, but I don't know. I think it's in some cases it's just, well, sure, but are they testing like all the other potential possibilities? I don't know that they are. They're just finding something that works better than what they had before, and they're going with it. Totally fine. And we just kind of want to get a little harder information. So I don't, because here's the thing, Dragon Bait. The other reason you use Dragon Bait is because they're in the one seat that doesn't have a speed champion, right? So you're not competing with like should I be using Dragon Bait or a speed champion? It's like, well, Dragon Bait's the only one there. So, but like Thalora has a soft ramp. Briv has like a soft engage, enrage. Briv has a soft enrage. Well, sort of. Shandy has a soft enrage. I don't. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the others, but yeah. So there's some out there already. Some people are just using those. Yeah, and at the end of the day, Lurking Rider, yeah, this is just focused on, straight up looking at this kind of stuff. I guess I'm gonna have to add another disclaimer. Ultimately, you can use just about anyone. You need to hit the right damage values, even if they're not a speed champ. Yeah, I guess that's going to have to be added to the disclaimer list. Because when you're truly trying to tune out what's going on, ultimately it's more important that you get it running right than like it doesn't mean you have to have like every champion has to be a speed champion. Also doesn't mean you have to have 10 speed champions. Which is also, where do we? Yes. Formation building. 10 champs versus fewer. That's going to have to be something that It happens. Because I've totally run like a 6 or 7 champs gem farm before, because it was just far more efficient. It hit the numbers that I needed for my landing zone at the time, for hard and rages and a break and everything, and that it made it earn me way more gems taking champions out than by leaving them in. So, oh. I guess we're gonna need build a list of optional of hard and rangers that aren't dragon bait. I don't know if we'll test them all. I think what we really just want to test is a hard and rage important anymore. If it is, then we'd have to test the others. Their way I can get Ishi's duel to the death stacks to 0. Offline or background parties or offline progress. That's what I do. Active, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work in an active party. Well, I know what the reason is. It's that she's the only one that picks up things from boss, like gets extra drop loot off bosses that requires her to kill it. That's the problem. So you get around that by putting her like overnight in a party with either in a background or with their client off, as your damage dealer, and it's just the way the simulation runs. It's looking at her to determine like who was killing things. Well, she's the damage dealer, so she must have been killing things, and then it isn't perfect, but it'll get you some. It tends to keep me 0 or close to it. I think I had 4 today when I checked it, but yeah. I'm gonna put this over here because I don't want to see it anymore. There we go. But that's when she's up into, where is she at? 337, 338. So she got one. She got one inactive play today because she was at 337 earlier. But I think that's for, because otherwise you have to be doing deep pushes where she's the only one killing anything, and then you can't have anybody that's doing bud base damage in the party for her to get credit. So I just get them overnight. Extra champions increase lag. Well, again, that's under the, I feel like that's here under the disclaimer. Performance of your system matters. Because I don't know that that's big a deal for everyone. It's going to be in the disclaimer. And then, and we will test. I mean, we're going to test numbers. 10 champions versus fewer. Yeah. So that should all wash out with that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be wild. I mean, again, I think people kind of look at their own, like figure out what's best for them, and then they go with it. But then they can't. Then they try to give that same advice to other people, and those people don't get the same results. And it's because a lot of these things that we're trying to list off here. But you got to find like what's the just saying fewer champions. Well, okay, but where's the sweet spot, right? Like it's gonna vary from system to system most likely. But can I find a sweet spot for mine? Ultimately, this is me. I mean, at the end of the day, this is me trying to find the best possible 9-jump gem farm for Briv, right? Because I'm not going to take him any further that I'm aware of. I basically want super efficient 9-jump gem farms so that I can gem farm a little bit each week and not have to have it running 24/7 anymore. Get plenty of gems, have it be efficient, and still play the game, right? And then not be swimming in gems. I don't need to swim in gems. But this should ultimately also give a lot more data for people to understand how to build their own efficient gem farm, right? Because if it was just, like we can't just go, well, the fewer the numbers, the better, because then it's like if we take that to an extreme, then it's just, well, then you just need Briven and you don't want anybody else. But we know, we think that would be highly inefficient, right? So where's the sweet spot? Like I can hypothesize some sweet spots, but then we got to go out and prove it, right? But we need the data. Instead of hypothesizing, I just want to have the data tell me. That's better than trying to make assumptions and stuff. No Scrooge McDucking it with gems. No. Yeah, that's why I changed it to Scrooge McDucking it. Wow, because Scrooge is McDuck as opposed to Donald Ducking it, but yeah, not Donald Ducking it in our gem farms. Anything else? So again, just general champion stuff. We've got full epic, capped speed items, 100 item levels to start on the specific speed item that doesn't have a cap, increase in 100 level increments, 100 average item levels on speed champs. Well, no, on champs, because we're going to test other things that aren't just speed. With no speed item. Make sure all speed feats are available to be tested. Try to get at least shiny on speed items so that we cap as low as possible. No legendary effects. What else? Anything else? I think it pretty much covers it. But I could be wrong. Get out of... really? Really? You were almost dead. Really? Get off my screen. All right, we're gonna go to 850. All these armored. Oh, don't want to deal with it. Megapede, huh? Mega PO'd. All right. A core champion farm is no, we're not doing that. No, this isn't gem farming 101. I already have a gem farming 101 guide to explain the basics of gem farming. And you should never be gem farming with just generic champions. That's not a gem farm. So no, absolutely not. No, this is gem farming 201. This is advanced gem farming. This is figuring out efficient gem farming. This is not, you know, for like mid game and beyond accounts. This is, you know, what do you do when you're at that point? We're not trying to compare the different. We're not trying to show people gem farming 101. This is why it's important to gem farm. Because you should have already been picking up speed champions and using them in your formations anyway to complete content with. So what we're looking at is, you know, when people ask, well, what kind of numbers should you expect from like a Mad Wizard gem farm? You know, non-Briv stuff, Mad Wizard versus like Roots of Loomlurch. What kind of numbers are we looking at? We're going to be able to give baseline values for an efficient Mad Wizard, like the most efficient Mad Wizard gem farm versus the most efficient Roots of Loomlurch gem farm. If those end up being, I think Mad Wizard's always going to be Baby's first gem farm, as an example. But then we're going to see if, like Roots of Loomlurch, we'll test. We'll see if there's anything better than that. So there's like hard referenceable data before even getting to the Briv gem farming stuff, right? This may have to be multiple guides, ultimately. At the end of the day, this may be multiple guides. Like 201 might be non-Briv gem farms, and 202 might be Briv gem farms. Like I may have to break it up just because of the size. Which honestly is fine. I mean, I think you should have those conversations separately anyway. Like here's your first goal, because I think you turn you use a regular gem farm to build a Briv. I don't think build a Briv workshop. I don't think you build a Briv first. I know people tell people to do that. I think even I said that at one point, and I was wrong. I have no problem admitting. I've admitted that since then. We haven't made that mistake again. You don't build the Briv first. You build the Briv last. Yeah. 25,000 gems. We already bought 150. We bought a 50k speed feat. Yeah. We only bought one. We bought a 50k speed feat today. We bought one yesterday. We bought a 50k and a 12.5k yesterday. We already bought 150k today, and we're on our way to another 50k speed feat. Halfway there. A Briv history of gem farm. Oh my god. Yeah, that makes me almost want to make a guide that's Star Wars Guide to Idle Champions History, and then inside it all, you know, an AKA of back in my day, and then talk about all of the wild stuff that the game used to be, just so people understand how far it's come, right? Like back in my day, you bought one chest at a time because you only opened one chest at a time too. What's the point of Roots of Loomlurch? I don't think there are spawners there. No, Roots of Loomlurch have what I think the community has coined as quick transitions. So 44 out of the 50 areas have quick transitions, which means instead of the screen wipe, instead of it's got the screen wipe like this, but what it doesn't have is instead of the champions finishing and then hiking off to the right hand side of the screen and then loading in from the left, they just sit in place in the screen transitions, and that's actually faster. That's faster than a regular transition, and is actually more beneficial than a certain number of enemy spawners. Well, there was Minsk. We had Minsk, but he didn't even work as good as he does now. When you get to the Briv tuning, how do I adjust damage in favor for efficiency and indicators you have too much? Oh yeah, I'm not even there yet. Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get the overall general ideas down for how we're going to be, testing all the champions. The Briv part is going to be, that's going to have a whole other. That's going to need a lot to map out. That's going to need a lot to map. That's why I said it's probably going to be its own separate guide, because yeah, I don't think it can be just part of a guide of a higher level guide like this. It's got too much going on. So if you complete with few enemies because Human or something, well, Human combined with like quest reduction, right, can get you down to a 1 kill clear. Yeah, then a spawner doesn't matter. That's the thing. When you can get your gem farm to a 1 kill clear, so you kill one thing, you move. Spawners and even champions that create extra enemies don't matter anymore, right? Do you mean who was the second speed champion? Like, part of me thinks it was Shandy, but I could be wrong. I know Minsk was the first because Minsk was a core champion. And we died. Because of this stupid. Get off me. Get off me, punk. Get off me. Yeah, currently my statements on gem farm, like between Mad Wizard, Curse Farmer, and Roots of Limlurch, are all based off extensive testing that Lediath did a while back, and he posted for us like in a Discord. It wasn't in like a Reddit post, right? Prezander didn't have a speed effect now. I don't know. I still need to make a champion guide that lists everybody off in there. Vince, hold on. So Deacon was before Shandy, for sure, because Deacon's a year 1 champion. Came out in Founders Day. Is that correct? Or are they just in Founders Day now? A lot of... Deacon might have been the second. Yeah, I don't know. Again, we don't have I used to have all the champions listed based off event and year, and then people were like, oh, we want this alphabetical. We can't find anything. So I switched it alphabetical, but then now I can't tell you when a champion came out, who came out first. I need a guide for that. I need a guide for that. You're looking at IDs, yeah. Yeah, so it's probably Deacon. Deacon did have that speed effect when they launched, so. Even with so True Pack, I just want to be very clear. We're talking about what makes you earn gems faster. That it doesn't have anything to do with the types of champions and everything to do with the adventure. But also, when we're talking about gem farming, you wouldn't be using non-speed champions for a gem farm. But yes, this is non-champion related, just the rules of how an adventure works. An adventure with like 44 quick transition zones is going to be better than an adventure that just has some enemy spawners. Because the quick transitions add up. Like it would, yeah. If it beats it with a speed team, it's going to beat it without. I don't see any reason why that math wouldn't still be the same. But again, this is for gem farming purposes. And when we start talking about gem farming purposes, we're not talking about non-speed champions. That's not what a gem farm is. Yeah, I wish, yeah, like a history of idle champions post. I wish I had had the forethought to, or even the 3 thought or the 2 thought or the 5 thought, to record timeline, like to build a timeline from the beginning of the game. But I was just not in fan site mode. Like if I had built a fan site for this game from the beginning, I probably would have included a timeline that would have had patch notes. The problem is like when this game first, here's another back in my day, patch notes were garbage if they ever showed up at all. It took years for them to finally start doing patch, and even now they forget stuff, right? So just understand, there was a time when they were very mobile game about it. Say this is an insult to mobile games because mobile games just will post like their patch notes when you patch a mobile app, any mobile app. They were very mobile app about it. Will just be like performance improvements and bug fixes. Like, but they won't say what. Like, well, I mean, I know a lot, but the problem is there's no way to go back and get everything else. There isn't like, like sitting down to try to build it. Like I can't go back. All we have imperfect information. Like they don't even put the stuff in blog posts. They consistently, like you'd have to, the best you could do would be to, if you were trying to put stuff together, would be secondhand information via Reddit and Steam, like by sorting them based off the time of the, like when it was posted, and then trying to sort through all of the posts from the history. I think that's not worth it. Like it needed to have been something that you did from the beginning. So, and the fact that they were just really lazy about patch notes for years means that it would have, even then it would have been very difficult to know, like to make hard notations about, okay, here's what changed in this version to this version, and here's what changed in this, like, because they just didn't tell us. And that's probably one of the reasons why I didn't even consider it back then, honestly. because when you come from a background of like playing other games like MMOs are very like MMO communities want generally the ones I came from want very long, like they want patch notes that are like, hi, I'm gonna open this on my lunch break and dive in and like read through all the changes because there could be a lot, right? Like like that's the kind of games I was playing before, and then I came to this one and they just didn't even bother posting anything, and I was like, what's going on? So yeah, it's a different. It was a different experience, and it still is because they still miss stuff. There's no, yeah, a 1.0 copy wouldn't even matter because you couldn't get it to run because there's no server for it to communicate to that would understand it. Even if they had it, even if they had all that stuff, they wouldn't put it. It was horrible compared to now. I mean, it was fine back then because we didn't understand how much better it could be. Um, yeah, I mean, I could do just I could do a post like that. I couldn't do an actual timeline, which is what makes me mad because I would love an actual timeline. But I can do like a generic post talking about some things. It would probably, that might kickstart other people from back then to chip in other stuff that I've maybe even forgotten. But there's we've had a lot of back in my day conversations on this channel. Um, like you talk about the fact that time gates didn't exist at first, like time gates, patrons, the trials, the forge, none of that existed. I don't think that, did the game start with familiars? I can't remember. The game didn't have skins for an entire year. I know that for sure. I don't think the game had familiars, but it might have. I can't remember. I really can't remember. I'd have to go back and you know what? Hold on. Let me get rid of this.
Champions is a brand new.
No. No familiars. That's what I thought. Let's see if I can I can get this up on the screen. I mean, I know I can, but can I do it in a way that isn't garbage is the question. All right. There we go. So back in my day, you'll note there's the shop. I think that's the shop. Yeah. There's the shop. There's achievements. What the hell is, I think this was just gem shop. Yeah, this just took you straight to the gem shop to buy chests with gems. I don't remember what the hell that is. I can't really see it. Hold on. Is this gonna screw this up? It's absolutely gonna screw this up. That's like a key? What the hell is a key? I don't even remember. I don't even remember what the key is. Hold on, we got to make this bigger because this is difficult to see. This is difficult to see even for me. Okay, probably like this big. And then I'll resize this window a bit. Okay. That's probably fine, right? Okay, that's better. Ah. We're on an ad break, so we'll come back after. We will hit that topic after the ad break. Yeah, no, I mean, I know that familiars. I now know just by looking at like the game when it came out, there weren't familiars. I didn't think there were. Everything was manual click when it first came out. Oh, man. Oh, man. For the life of me, I can't remember where that key is, though. Maybe this was pre-release? I don't see it as a predatory tactic. So okay, we're back. I didn't want to start talking about this, but it's yeah, no. So there weren't familiars at all. I don't remember what that key is for. I don't know if this was pre-launch or not, video footage or not. This is old. This is old. This is 8 years ago. But you can see, formation saves was here on the bottom left. But the leveling up, oh, this is pre-release. The leveling up information, the X1 is down underneath the play button. Good Lord. And back then, the kind of conversation button would take you to an in-game chat, which was the worst experience in the world. You can see that you couldn't shrink the bench boxes. Like, you could only see up to seat 9. Yeah. Okay, this is a later... Oh, that's a later build. Okay, no, so that was early. This is a different build, you could tell, because now we have, up here we have a shop, you have achievements. Again, this just took you to the gem shop. This took you to opening chests. Why is there another $sign? I don't understand. But this was a different build. Still got the X1 down here at the bottom left. Absolutely ridiculous. What were they doing? Oh, hey, it's Eric. Give me more. I see this one's got the key again. Are they just rotating through the same footage? It might be. Eric was talking about the game in an interview. All right, well, let me see if I can find some more. Let me see if I can find some more. Oh yeah, look at this is great. This is great. Welcome to the OG Idle Champions depth stream. TruePeck, it sounds like so there's this bug where a lot of times I think it has to do with the background parties. Maybe if you're switching from a background party into a main party,
when you're starting to run. Some of the gold will transfer over from one party to another, and you get a ridiculous result with it. I don't know if it's replicatable reliably. Were there even non-core champions? There was Hitch at launch. I think Hitch came out at launch or close to it. Yeah. Okay. OG Idle Champions dev stream. Look, it's Dylan, folks. He looks so different. Dylan, you look so different. I mean, it has been 8 years, to be fair. What we got? All right, so here's Dylan playing the game. Okay, so this is more what I remember. So we got the shop, you got achievements, you got the gem shop, you got opening chests, you got blessings, and then the journal, and then the complete button. This is the launch top left UI, I think, because this still doesn't have, like, this still has the level up stuff down at the bottom left. I forgot that it started there. Holy crap. And this was the ultimate bar before Bud ever became a thing. It was just spaced out ultimates, and then you had your inventory. That was it. But even back then, there were still chess codes, right? Now the thing is back then the chess codes gave gold chests, regular gold chests. Yeah. So this is obviously during an event. So this is that Feast of the Moon? So this wouldn't have been right after launch. I mean, this is close to launch. This would have been... This is November of 2017. This is back when they were streaming not on their own channel, but they streamed... Thursdays, the OG Dev live stream was on the D&D Twitch channel. And this was it. There were no speed potions. So, like, it was just actively playing through the party. He's rocking an Archon. He's rocking the Archon. DPS, good lord. Oh, good lord. And not even, like, the right way. He's probably using bulk up. Instead of usurp, he's using bulk up. He's gotta be. That's the only thing I could think. Oh, that's funny. Software's expired. Yeah, that was a long time ago. And this number, you'll notice that this is the original base DPS numbers. It was worse than what we currently have, honestly. I mean, you know, much as I hate to say it. Here's Minsk's speed effect, or here's Minsk's favored foe mechanic. I don't know. His speed effect worked, but just it was so rare. Bulk up increases the positionals. Bulk up does the same thing now. It increases the positionals, the bonus from positionals. I don't think that hasn't changed. Yeah, like I said, I don't think he was using them right, but that was 8 years ago. But I don't think he's ever changed. Doesn't mean people were using the character. Even the devs, I don't think were using necessarily the characters right. Hold on, I'm trying to get the party stopped. I gotta fix the party, folks. What? Oh, there's Celeste kits. Yeah, see, buy upgrades and then buffs. That was it. There were no feats. The game didn't have feats back then. Should have checked a guide. There weren't any. Yeah, you say that, but there weren't any. Like, I had made Feast of the Moon. That was probably my first. Oh, that was absolutely the first time I made a guide, and it was just to the event. It wasn't for champions or anything. There weren't any for champions. I don't know if there were really any guides at that point. There was just people having conversations about stuff. I don't know that anybody ever made like a guide. until much later. I mean, that's why I stuck to events to start, hoping that other people would make other stuff. And we got like stuff from like Silisa would make posts and somebody else. I have to go back and see. Yeah. What else we got going on? I mean, this used to be like it was an hour of Dylan sitting and playing the game and answering whatever questions came across. Also, if you'll note, like the text coming up on the screen, there was no way to get rid of that. You paused at every new level and heard the storyline if they're from 0 to like 1 to 50. There's blessings, initial blessings. These might have been new. I don't remember if we had blessings at launch. I wonder if I can find something sooner. Oh, here's somebody. Michael, junior game programmer. I don't even remember that guy. Oh no. I don't remember that guy at all. They'd have somebody from the team in to talk about stuff. Yeah, that was wild. All right, let's see if we can find another one of those. Oh crap, I just saw Binwin Plays. Oh, we gotta bring Binwin Plays up. Folks. Back in my day, the original non-dev stream was this. Welcome to Binwin Plays. This was episode 29. This is a ways in. But it was literally Binwin and Crowy playing the game. Well, the game was running in the background. And they were talking about just whatever. Like, it was the most... Like, if you think my discussions get off topic... Bears went to some wild places. Super wild places. But this was totally, you know, they had their little... What do they call it? Do they call it VTubers now? But they were like, this was back in 2017. Well, this was 2019, I think. But they'd been doing this for a while. So, like, you know, they did the art. Scott did the art so that both of them, when they would, you know, talk, it would and move their faces, it would animate and everything. It was great. I loved it. Yeah, this is where my nemesis, the Criddler, came from. Even the chest coat down there is referencing Criddler's minions. Yeah, there's an in-game pop-up. Binwin and Crowy are live today because of the D&D Descent event tomorrow. Wow. But yeah, this was the whole stream. This was just, it was whatever was going on in the background. I think Crowy was the one playing the game. I don't think Scott was. I can't remember. But yeah, that was the whole thing. But yeah, those were the original. That's the original non-dev streams. It was on Fridays. Every Friday afternoon. That was the stream. And when I started streaming, I would raid into that stream, I think. Or that was the idea. Yeah. But then they ended that, and then they put me on Fridays instead. And they wouldn't let me like raid into their stream, but I would tell everybody, hey, I'm going over here, and we would all go over to, they had a different stream where they were playing through like some of the early like D&D PC games. This is how the Crowy fan club started, probably. I don't know, unless you're referencing something else. They used to have excerpts of this on other streams. Well, they did specifically. They did Binwin ads. There were Binwin ad reels. Those were their original ads. Trying to find. Oh, here's one with
Good
Hey.
afternoon, champions.
Thanks, Dylan. This was Dylan and Eric. Anything changed at this point? No, everything was still the same. Yeah. Jeez. So yeah, this was so early. Dylan's like, well, I'm just playing through the game. Time to do stuff. Oh, this was after Stokey came out. Oh no, that's Stokey was not a DPS, but yeah. But again, there was no way to go faster. And then he started with Stokey just because of the bench seat unlock, and then shifted to Ashara, but then shifted to Minsk. Once he got enough gold, this was the original experience, folks. Still no familiars whatsoever. Again, the level up thing is at the bottom left. For some reason, it's kind of cut off on this. Hold on, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can fix this. Oh, that needed to. Oh, I know what the problem was. I needed to be like that. There we go. So now you can see it at the bottom left. The X10. Oh yeah. Yeah, there were the Penny Arcade crossovers. Yeah, that was just like an hour. That was a shorter one. That was just Eric and Dylan. Yeah, let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find any past that. Here's what? I didn't even know this existed, folks. Somebody was making YouTube content. I think this is 2018 now. This is like a tip for High Harvest Tide. What is the tip gonna be? I don't want to unmute. I don't want to get hit with a copyright. There's nothing. Okay. Okay, so here's what the original. Hey, look at that campaign and the campaign banner. This should be, yeah, this is when the game launched. This is right after launch. This is the first event, High Harvest Tide. So yeah, this is right after the game launched. Somebody actually made a 5-minute YouTube short video to explain something. I don't know, because I don't have the audio on. But look, Grand Tour was the only campaign. And then the event was underneath. The event was underneath for a long time until they finally made the event show up at the top. But this is the original. This was all the game was. It was Grand Tour on the campaign banner. And then when an event showed up, you could go somewhere else. Wow. 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 They were brand new. I mean, they had no gear. Look at the gear. Wow. I'm curious what they were talking about now. Oh yeah, here's the old event UI. That's stuck around for a very long time. All right. Anything else? Why? Put in a year to search for it. They're not. Wow, that doesn't even. Okay, here's another one. This is Dylan and Adam. Adam the artist. Well, art director, you know. What do we got going on here? I need to get to 900 and we've stopped at 800 at 795. Not great. Okay. That's why I never got into it when it first came out. I would even playing their other game. Oh, Crusaders of the Lost Idols, yeah. Had such little content compared to the first one. Well, yeah, it was brand new. It was brand new. So I imagine, yeah, I would imagine it was like, oh, not a lot going on here. Well, yeah. Yeah. Still struggling with damage. All right. Oh, that was cool. This I can actually remember this. Oh my god. They were talking about how they use like Hitch as a comparison for sizes for things. And so this was like the Gromma like a video of them kind of coming up with what Gromma was going to look like. Wow. But this was during Feast of the Moon, because the code is 2 gold Cron chests, and they had just because they had just released Cron. Yeah, I was coming up with Gromma. Look at that, start to finish, how they made Gromma. And then they just looped it while they were talking. All right. And of course, YouTube gives me an ad now. YouTube gives me an ad. I mean, I'll hand it. There were some people. I'll hand it to them. There's some people out there that were trying to make YouTube content in 2017 for this game. There's not a. I don't know that there was a lot of market for that. No, that's Facebook. That's not helpful. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else that jumps right out. I would have to do deeper dives. Now it's like showing all kinds of stuff that isn't even related to Idle Champions, so. Yeah. Wild stuff. Wild things back then. But yeah, there was so much that the game didn't have at all. I mean, I remember doing events, and then, hey, I would really like more gear for that champion that came out, this event, like the last event. And they're like, well, the event will return next year. Like, that was it. They didn't have anything to get you more gear. Until they added time gates. And then when they first added time gates, it was like a natural time gate weekend. Even when you spit 6 pieces, you got 3 random champions. It was horrible. It was horrible. Market for video content on incremental games just isn't there, even for the super popular ones. I mean, all I know is, you know, I get good views on my VODs here on Twitch. Most people watch them here on Twitch. I don't know. I haven't looked at overtime on YouTube. I consider that. I mean, I try to post the stuff up there, but for me, that's archive for long term. People want to go back and watch stuff. And also, like, you know, the free-to-play playthrough, now this Pick3 playthrough, it's all going up there. So people can have like 2 different versions of, hey, here's a walkthrough for getting into the mid-game. But I know that, you know, I mean, we still do the tutorial shows over on C&E Games on Saturdays because those videos do well, not just on Twitch, but they do well on YouTube. Especially if we're hitting like a meta type of thing. Like if we're talking about a DPS meta, those are the bigger hit ones. So, yeah. I think it's difficult to create content for games like this, like video content. It just is. Just because of its nature, right? Of how you play it. I need more damage. I need more damage. Yeah, we're running into issues. This campaign. But it really. But really, this campaign. The damage, like the formation just leads to not great stuff going on. Formation layout. Let's see if this can get us through. Well, it's helping. It's helping. For those of you who have been around while I've been playing Conquest Dark, last night I finished upgrades on all of the regular stuff, all of the weapons and abilities and everything, and then attempted the final boss again. Attempted to try to find a build for the final boss, which then accesses, like if you beat the phases of the final boss, you get access to more stuff. I beat phase 1 for the first time. I beat phase 1 last night, but then for some reason almost instantly died. I've got to mess with that next time, maybe tonight when I play tonight, probably. I got to figure out what was going on there. Why I went from totally fine, like untouchable, to then dying real fast. I don't know. Yeah. But it took me a while to come up to find a build that really just deleted him and, well, no, I shouldn't say deleted him, but gradually wore the boss down while also killing off other stuff. So I wasn't just, you know, you want to swarm to a certain degree with the build that I was running, but not, you don't want just endless enemies. That's the Conan-like Dark Ritual one, yes. Yeah. Yep. So I unlocked a new weapon from that, which, yeah, I've got to level up now. And I unlocked a new obelisk, which is like another kind of bonus feature. And don't think I need what it offers, which is sad that I already finished everything that it could have helped me with. Yeah, there's some balance adjustments that need to happen there. But it is early access. But yeah. It's really about, like, that final boss is really about, like, finding kind of an optimal race, class, That's not really a race, I guess. Just like I guess you could think about that. It's like barbarians versus hunters, like these class versus like skill sets versus, and then like what armor you're choosing, like what because you can actually get full artifact armor in that fight, but mixing and matching the right stats and the right bonus stuff like passives matters. And you get a limited amount of levels and a limited amount of like the souls, like the yeah. So you've got to like build the best possible combination with limited stuff. Unlike the other rituals that you go into where you can just keep leveling up and build some really powerful stuff. There's no XP that drops in this. At least there wasn't in phase 1. And thus there's no real loot at all in this. So it's a super challenging thing compared to everything else that's going on. All right, this does not want to finish. This could be a problem. I need somebody other than Shandy, really, but the problem is I don't know. The ones that I would want, I can't really... There isn't room back here to place them. But I would need somebody other than Shandy that has like a generic buff. Ooh. Maybe Beetle? Maybe. I don't have a lot of options with this formation layout. I don't know that that helped. It did not. We're going down. Yeah, so Shandy is the better option. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, why does Shandy have to be better? There we go. We got the butt up high enough. But we still got to get past 900. This is getting problematic. I can't put anyone... If we could pull Whittle out... Put County Bree in. What we really want is Whittle and Alindra, but there's no room back here for both Whittle and Alindra. Yeah, this is better. Okay, so if I can't have Whittle and Alindra together, then I need to get rid of Whittle and use County Bree. That's what I just learned. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine now. See, and now I started talking about Conquest Dark, and now I kind of, after we finish this, I kind of want to play Conquest Dark real quick. Just to show everybody where I'm at. But I don't... Steam doesn't want to start. Is Steam down? Interesting. Steam is stuck on loading user data. That's not normal. Now it's trying to open up. It's having issues. Yeah, it's having issues right now for lots of people. Is it Steam Maintenance Day? I've never seen it do this before. Like, it's just not loading anything up at all. Now it's finally loaded in pictures and stuff, but it says like, okay, it's finally trying to function. Wow. I guess I've never looked at Steam at this time of day on a Tuesday before, which could be part of it. Hey, they just had a hotfix in Conquest Dark. Okay, it's about saves. That's fine. We are having issues over here, folks. Yeah, they want 270s. I think we just knock this out real fast by asking Carlock to come hang out with us. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, I just happened to notice, like, this is the one time I happened to care, and it was definitely an issue. Just getting it to open up and load everything in. Okay, one last boss. What are gem gains at? 32,000. So that's not bad. It'll be, we'll get another 1,800, so we'll be at 33, 34, like around 35 probably. Boom. Okay. So we're up here, but I don't know how much further we can go in Live Zerixis now. We're into this problem. I mean, we're not even anywhere near this loops all the way around and comes over to here. So we're getting to the point where even on this account, we can't just keep looking at other campaigns because we just don't have the power. I mean, we'll try out Turn of Fortune's Wheel probably some point just because. I mean, it's, you know, it does say 300, but spoiler alert, you only go to 50. You only go to 50. Go over here. I want to change this to the full Ishi farm. All the characters. Make sure. Yeah, no, I did. Yeah. So we were just doing Live Zerixis. Oh, we actually have a lot of favor. Just from completing the adventures. We haven't done a second deep push in Zerixis. So we've got a lot of favor left on the table because we're getting stuff even though we weren't doing a favor run. We were just completing adventures. That's wild. Yeah, all of this just came from completing adventures. So that could be helpful. No, I can't get that. Okay. All right. I can't do any of these here. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave it here. Overnight. Overnight. Stop it. Oh. Oh, now you want to update. Wow. Okay. You go do that. You go do that. Don't crash. Don't crash. Thank you. Odds are that was going to crash OBS, but it didn't. But the odds were not in our favor. The odds were not in our favor there, but we did it anyway. All right, folks. Welcome back to Conquest Dark. Let's just show off progress for a minute. Let me, use the title. In the game so we don't make people mad. All right. Oh, and probably some audio. I really don't have the music and everything on when I'm there we go. So yeah, here's the progress in the archive. This is where you track all your completion progress. As you can see, I've got all of these weapon sets. I just got this, the Blade of Akka. 1 attack per second, 25 energy per hit, and it has block stat. This could be a whole other kind of play style. Brand new to me. All right, Jules. Yeah, like the weapon itself coming with block, and it's a sword. 100% crit hit chance. I mean, it's just wild. I still don't have this. This comes from another tier of the boss fight. A stray leg. What? All the abilities are leveled up. All the power abilities, all the passive abilities, they're all 10. All the movement abilities that can be leveled up are leveled up. They really need to allow you to level this one up. They don't need to boost it, but you need 3 rune slots or else it's pointless. And then all the runes that can be leveled up are leveled up. Again, this one doesn't. Just a +1 and you can't make it bigger. Yeah, and I've still got an artifact again that's part of the boss fight to unlock. But like altars are at 9 or 10. I'm working on getting them all up to just 10. All the factions are at 25. I currently have this one on. I don't even know why. I just did. And honestly, I may just stop it. Go to the right spot. Make those shards. Those are all 9s. This is the new one up here, Obelisk of Flesh. Which is increased enemy attack speed is the downside, but the bonus is gain extra soul coins on pickup. I don't care though. Because now look, I'm sitting on 2,700 of the silvers. I don't know that it changes the gold ones. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, I have this one stacked for extra corrupted soul fragments. Those are the red ones. I need a lot more though. It also gets me extra soul coins, so I already have kind of that stat dealt with. All right, so Zareth Arn, Eye of Carnage. aka Akka. An eternal crimson storm encircles the peak, carrying eerie chants and distant screams on the wind. Those who stand here feel unseen eyes upon them as the primordial of gore waits for her next offering. It says you're not expected to beat it with the currently available power in the game, but you know, screw you. I did phase 1. We can beat phase 2. We get the ancient arrowhead artifact. The game bonus damage than the base damage. Projectile base primary attempts to trigger frenzy barrage. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Titan Slayer origin, so a different origin that would give us bonuses for longbows. A bunch of soul coins, more primordial soul coins. Those are the ones we care about. Straight leg comes from the 3rd phase, and then an altar of blood. We don't even know what that gives a bonus to, and a bunch and more stuff, right? And then fully complete the ritual with a class to unlock this stuff. So permanent stat increases. This is for, I think this is barbarian. I think this is hunter. Thief. This is Oath Keeper. And this is Acolyte of Ku or whatever. Yeah, this one's the big one, though. 25% crit hit damage. I was doing this with a thief, though. Well, actually, no, I was doing it with a hunter. That would be a movement speed bonus. All right. I don't need rerolls. Let's look for a... I'm going to do this with a hunter again. What I want is a human hunter. So currently, this is what you got to do. You just got to fish for it. Solar damage, bonus health. I don't want resistance piercing. It's not even a huge amount of resistance piercing, but I like resistance piercing. I gotta get what I can because they don't let me max it out. This is one of the things they're going to fix is starting off your character because this is ridiculous, right? I think what they were trying to encourage was people to just try random stuff. But what people do with a game like this is they immediately min-max. And you'll sit here and you'll reroll until you get the min-max. Oh, damage to elites. Man, if I could get damage to elites and resistance piercing. I think Akka counts as an elite? I would hope. Oh, there was a hunter and I didn't even look at it, right? That's part of the problem. They get into the habit of just punching the button and re-rolling, and then I forget to look at them when they come up. Chance for rare. I don't think there's any drop loot here, so none of that matters. Primal damage sword. No. Yeah. This fight is so... It limits you so much to what you can use that you really... It's worth spending the time to try to find. I missed a hunter with resistance pierce. Well, but was it a human hunter? I don't want an Ouroborean. They have a negative. They have some negative. They have downsides, and I don't want a death touch. That potentially worse. Well, I guess in this one it might not matter because I'm not healing. Death touch might be acceptable, but death touch has they have negatives. Human is the default. Mostly pause. I think they only have a positive to their stat. Like if we come out of here, hold on. Here. The human, yeah, you get plus 25% primal resistance, right? With a death touch, you get 50% lunar resistant, but you're down 25% on solar. You're weak to solar. You get some bonus health. You don't bleed, I guess, but you also can't heal. In this fight, I don't know that I care about the healing part. Normally, I would care. Normally, I would care a whole lot. I think the solar might be bad, though. The bonus health might be good. I think the solar might be bad. And the Ouroborean is like, look at this, like minus 25 to all kinds of stuff. And minus 50, like makes you bleed more. But again, that's not going to matter. I would rather stick to a human personally, but I don't know. Maybe I gotta. There's the resistance piercing. You know what? I'll take it with movement speed. I'm not going to be moving a lot, though. Normally, I would go chance for rare items, but that doesn't matter here. So normally treasure hunter is all you ever choose, but then you come in here and everything changes. Do I want attack speed? Oh, dodge charge. Dodge charger. Put dodge charge. Okay. So this is how you can gear up. You got artifacts up here. Here's the main weapon. Let's just get our main weapon. We're gonna go thief's daggers. Even though this is a hunter, normally the hunter would have a bow, but we're not doing that. We want 2.22 attacks per second with 10 energy per hit. That's what we want. It's ridiculous. So here's the gear. This is like level ups, and then over here you also get fragments. These are masteries. So this, give me. I specifically want Edge of Darkness, because this is going to be a dodge build. And look at how many we start off with 666 rerolls, so you can build whatever you want. Then I want rapid strikes. When I come over here, I'm going to get my levels first. We're going to max out our dodge chargers. I've been using the fiery arrow barrage. I liked that. I like everything burning. Let me just max out my dodge chargers first, please. Okay, and then quick strike. So when I primary attack, I also instantly attack a random nearby enemy, and that generates energy. This build is really about lots of attacks. Like, trigger as many attacks as possible. Damage to healthy. Attack speed. I want those two things. Blade dash gives me my charges back. Attack speed. I don't want to pick that up yet. Attack speed. Attack speed. And then damage to healthy and piercing. Damage to healthy and piercing. I don't want movement. I don't care about movement. I want a chance to burn. Chance to burn. And we're out. Fortunately, we only get to max a few of them. Okay. I can pick these up, and then I can re-roll. Oh, no. Normally, I would love that. I only want to look at Greater Souls. That's going to give me 2 bonuses. Everything else is only going to give me 1 bonus. We only get 3 of these. Whereas normally you can infinitely farm these. Healing souls don't matter. That's normally I would love that. Projectile split. Normally I would love XP. Crit with damage to healthy is not the worst idea. I'd love it if we could find damage to injured to go with the damage to healthy. Damage taken staggered. Normally I would love that, but we're trying to avoid all damage. Hey, I could use one to get more rerolls. Ooh, critical hit damage and energy cost reduction. Yes, I'm taking that. Energy cost reductions mean my other abilities are going to fire off more often, and I actually do want that. Because we're going to mastery into that, too. That would get me 5 dodge chargers, but attached to XP, which doesn't do anything here. Not chaining targets. Don't care about rerolls or barriers. There we go. Ability damage with damage to injure. I'm going to take that. I'm going to walk away from this one for the moment. Okay, we instantly can take this up to artifact level. And then I'm looking for specific things. And the first thing I want is another quick strike. I'm going to want stuff like, I would love Sigil of Flames. Sigil of Flames is fine. Whirlwind is fine. Maybe a counterattack. Like, we just want... I just really love more. But we're looking for a combination of the ability itself and the stats that are coming with it. So this Whirlwind I will take because it comes with 20 resistance piercing, crit hit chance, and insta attack chance. I will take that. And that's the Whirlwind. It's blades spinning around me constantly. I will take that. Projectile amount I don't care about. Damage taken reduced per life lost. I shouldn't be getting hit at all. Precision volley has damage to injured, but I don't really like precision volley. Sigil of Flames could help a lot with the extra enemies. Like Arcane Missiles, but that's got a lot of damage. It's got 30% damage to injured. It's worth it, though. I don't want to freeze anybody. That gets problematic. Here, feels like. First shot. I don't like that one. Execute. There. Sigil of Flames with crit hit damage and damage to injured. Yes. Okay. So we've got a Sigil of Flames. I need more attack. We'll get... Oh, I need to do my mastery. Actually go do that right. Energy cost reduction. Don't have moon? No. So I'm just gonna... At least they give us extras. So when I screw that up, I can fix it. Moon. Do I want any moon? No, I don't want any moon over here. I want sun. Instant attack chance. I'll double the sun over here. Okay. And under quick strike, we want... I think we're going to put our chance to burn there. And our damage to burning. And then we're going to come over here and we're going to turn all the damage into solar damage. Increase projectile. I really just want crit hit chance. Yeah, and just critical hit damage. Okay, and then do attack reach. Would actually be useful. Damage per life loss means we kind of failed. We did some primordial runes. This is just like fine-tuning as much as we can. We do have primordial runes, so we'll double those. guess we're gonna do increase per life loss just in case. Man, that's... I love how it says there's 2 here, but there's only 1 showing. Freezing. And we could put something somewhere else. You know what, let's see if there's somewhere else that would give us a better... No, it went right back to there. Okay. Ah, dang it. Alright, we're gonna do per life lost. Okay. So, now... over here I do. Maybe. This is all set up for the actual fight. This is not normally how this game works. But you are so limited, you're trying to optimize every little scenario. Attack speed's up to 175. We'd like to get that higher. Crit hit chance is only 25? Resistance piercing 47. We need to crit more. Definitely need to crit more. We need to look for that. Damage to healthy 68, damage to injured 45. If we could find a little more damage to injured, that would be good. We need another dodge charge. For sure. And if we could get a little more... Well, energy cost reduction is probably okay. Alright. Go back over here. See what I can pull out of the... I don't know. Alright, so crit hit chance going up would be nice. Instant attack chance, like gravy. I'm not going to chase it. Look at the damage to injured went way up over here, but it comes on the back of arcane missiles. I mean... Another dodge charge, but on a precision volley. More sigil of flames wouldn't suck. It's not gonna help against the boss, but it'll shred other stuff. Precision volley, I think we might be okay with precision volley. Man, I don't want that freezing vortex, but I want that resistance piercing. Counter throw isn't the worst. I don't like the stats with that at the moment. Aura of Judgment goes to 90% damage to injured. Wasting a stat with chance and the bleed and the chance to spawn a healing soul. I don't know. I don't think that matters here. There's some dodge chargers, but not with good stuff. Quick strike. I'll take another quick strike. Absolutely. Okay, we're at maxed dodge charges, so now we need to avoid that as a stat. Don't want to pick up something with that. There's another quick strike with damage to injured, but it's only 75. I'd like to fish for the 90. But it would take crit up to 40. Comes with a reduced bleed rate, which I don't think matters. Again, if I get hit, I'm basically dying. Everything's about dodging everything. I haven't seen a precision volley in a while. It's a little frustrating. After I was getting them and I was like, I don't want those. And I was, well, actually I would take. I'd take one, and then they don't give it to me. Projectile piercing. Well, that's only going to get rid of the ads. Movement charges at all. 2 is fine. Well, we got 2. We're good. Good precision volley, but with bad stat. Reach with damage to injured isn't the worst combination. Just got that healing soul. Suboptimal. Crit, movement speed. You know what we're doing. We're doing it. Okay, now we need to hunt for like kind of the perfect, the final piece of gear. I think it's right. 100% primary attack damage. The double damage plus 75% damage to injured. I mean, another precision volley isn't the worst thing in the world. I wish I had that bonus health, but again, if I get hit, we're dead anyway. Alright, we're gonna do that. Okay. Final stat. Now we're just fishing for the final bonus that we get. We need something. Oh, damn, stun. Stun is pointless here. Or feels pointless. Solar damage, damage to elites. You know what? I'm gonna take it. Let's go. Okay. Finally, the time to fight the boss. All that's just prep. And you can't ever let it land on you. This is what we want. We want just ridiculous amounts of attack speed. And sitting off all this other stuff to kill off all these other things. But the things we got to worry about is now there's these little things lifting up on the ground on the map to the top right. The skull next to it. That's going to start swinging out. He even landed on me. They start swinging ball and chains. They're going to fill the frickin' map with that. And I lost all of that, and I lost 7 lives in one bad thing. But my damage is through the roof. She's already down a life. Love it. One failure, and that was the punishment. Absolutely ridiculous. No room for error at this point. If I could get her in a position where I could damage these things at the same time, take them off the map, that'd be great. Because you can damage these ball swingers. I don't want to call it that. Slowly burning them down. They just keep spawning. They don't stop. Okay, 2 lives down on her. Notice none of the enemies are dropping any loot whatsoever. That's kind of the big, like, screw you here. Because normally you're getting loot regularly. You're getting extra levels, you're getting extra stats. You get nothing here. Usually I'm relying on over leveling, like, and just building out perfect stat combinations and stuff to just melt stuff, right? I can do that everywhere else in this game. Can't do it here. Can't do it here. And I was hoping maybe, like, when you complete phase 1, I was hoping, like, okay, everything will clear and you'll get to, like, you'll get some more level up stuff or bonuses. I did not see that happen. I did not see that, and instead I just died. Still don't know how I died. Oh god, one of those spawned right here. What a kid. What a kid. I really need to get that. Yeah, I need to get that into damage. Okay, so we can get rid of, at least get rid of that one. There, we got rid of one. I'm trying to position her as ineffective. It's worse if I freeze everything or stun everything. It's so hard to move around. That's why I like to go with the fire. Because at least then I can move around and move the enemies around. Otherwise, it's just ridiculous. Okay, I took out another one of those ball swingers. Oh man. Not giving me good angles here. Really want to be getting damage on her and those ball swingers in the background. I have no idea what's happening. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's happening is I'm standing here and I'm just dodging all the damage. The only time you don't dodge, you can't dodge or jumping on you with an AoE. That's why you got to get out of the way. You have to actually manually jump out of the way for those, dash out of the way. And so my dodge charges are the silver chevrons at the bottom left. And so as long as I have those available, I take no damage. And I have a artifact that has a chance to refresh those to full on attack. And and then I have a bunch of things that let me either attack fast or attack more often. Just, you know, instant attack chance. We got attack something nearby. We got all kinds of stuff, right? So that keeps them as full as possible. I still get down low sometimes. And if I get down low, I have a movement ability that actually instantly gives me 2 more dodge charges. So I can use the movement ability as an emergency button, as well as to get out of the way of her. Right? And then it's just, she's just got, I really would have loved 100% resistance piercing because she's got amazing resistances, right? But we just couldn't get that high with the limited stats that they give you for this. But I think we were in, what, the 40s? I might be getting like close to half of her resistances. Maybe. Oh god, look at all the ball swingers now. They all came down to play. Can't stand it. Oh. Too many. But like, I don't know a quicker way to burn her down. I mean, focus maybe more on crit damage and crit chance as a way to burn her down faster. Just end up with all these ball swingers everywhere. Took down another one. Took down another one. Trying to take down the ones over here so I have somewhat not the worst area to stand in. Her jumping is. Could you jump in a more beneficial way for me, please? No. No. That's not going to happen. It's also why I go Hunter instead of Thief. Is I was just in range. I was just in range of her jump. Oh. God dang it. As I was saying, this is why I go Hunter instead of Thief, because I want the ranged attacks coming off of my abilities down here. This one, Fire Arrow Barrage. And then also we had Precision Volley. Potentially hitting things, but it's really Fire Arrow Barrage. If I could have gotten, I would have taken more Fire Arrow Barrages over this. It's more, yeah, it's more. The bigger punch, but you know, and it has a chance to hit all the stuff back behind. That's why things were pretty low on life back here. Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to leave it here because I'm going to come back and I'm going to retry. It should let me retry with that same exact setup. I think it was a strong setup. I think I just made an early error and a late error. And then that was it. Just phase 1 of this fight. Phase 2, from what I could tell, all of these swingy things stay. I thought they were all going to go away. They do not. They stay, and then in the middle, a different one comes up, and it shoots a laser that's just moving like a clock hand, like a second hand, and it's just moving around. So yeah. Anyway, I'll work on that tonight. Thanks for hanging out, folks. We'll be back tomorrow. It is the final week of the event, the final Wednesday of the event, so we're gonna unlock another champion. And do event stuff. I'm gonna unlock Nordum on the new account, and we'll do Nordum's variants. And we'll try to gear Nordum up, and that's gonna basically be. That's probably the last play day for that account. So tomorrow's probably gonna be the last day of the Pick3 account. I don't know what will be on the menu for Thursday. Maybe, you know, try to get situated on my main account again, and because I haven't played a lot on that one, so maybe we'll catch that account up and get it ready to start doing more stuff with tomorrow. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.